world getting crazy, baby, chill. Don't medicate, just meditate. You waking up now, well, baby, you hella late. Educate, look at what's going on, let it resonate, accelerate. Find your inner hunger like you never ate. Agenda is to push the hate, separate and segregate. Don't celebrate quite yet, the storm is coming, Q, for heaven's sake. Violence that they demonstrate, instigate and penetrate the values of our country and our God is what they desecrate. My fighters ain't no featherweight, pulling out the seams of the fabric that they fabricate. They feed us lies, manipulate, intimidate through fear and force, forcing us to sit and wait till we come together, congregate, and then we liberate. Praying that you give me strength to find some love amongst the hate. Marching on these streets of blood till I see the golden gates. Troubadour and troubled souls, one of God's servants. Blades out, cut the grass till we see the serpents.
One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
I know the truth is hard to swallow, just digest it. Suspected something's going on, but chose to just neglect it. Deflected by some breaking news, oh, we just accept it. Expected just to fall in line and follow their perspective. Don't question their objective, but I got a lot of questions. How these kids molested, but nobody's been arrested. Read it in the testament, these children are protected. So I'm fighting all these terrorists, both foreign and domestic. Refuse to be directed, blind, not a sheep. Only kneel to my God, so I'm dying on my feet. Silence when we speak, but there's violence in the street. I've been rolling with the punches, I can't take it on the cheek. Drink from a glass half full, I'm optimistic. People are sadistic, so vicious and malicious. Praying for assistance to overcome opposition, or I'm gonna start resisting, and then I'll pray for forgiveness.
One day I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. Need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now. We need you now. We need you now. One day, one day, one day. Oh, one day, I hope you see the truth. This puppet show stays on because of you fools. We've been dancing with the devil way too long. I know it's fun, but get ready to pay your dues. Oh God, come back home. This crazy world is filled with liars and abusers. We need you now before we're too far gone. I hope one day they finally see the truth. God, we need you now.
Hey y'all, what's up? I know truly it's like I love that song. It's so powerful. And Eve, hey love, I ain't seen you in a while. Free side, I just seen you earlier, love. I don't think Doohickeys here because that was earlier because I was gonna do this yesterday, remember? And I was so busy and so much shit was going on. And can you hear me truly? Oh, Eve, are you okay, love? I hope you're feeling better. Oh, I'm sorry you're feeling bad. My little dog's going through a serious health condition and it's exhausting me, man. Because I have alarms I have to set 'cause I have to get up all through the night and give her medicine all day at a certain time, and then stressing over how she's gonna. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah, I hope you're feeling better, Eve. I think you've been sick off and on, haven't you? Oh, good. That's good to hear, baby. Okay, Micheal Long. I never thought I'd go back to these days, but and some of the shit I'm gonna play might make some people mad because they say, "Oh, you shouldn't do that," but well, I'm going to because it needs to be out there, and it's my channel, and I'll do what I want. Got it? And mods, please don't time out or block um, unless I say so. Please, I'm gonna make a thing here. Salty Blondie, been a minute. I don't even know who you are. Hey, Sharon, beautiful. Hey, Scout, how you doing, love? KM days. Salty. Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna say your name, but hold on. You're from Texas, I think. Your name start with the L? I think I know who you are now. Sorry. Oh, yes, I do remember. Hey, it's always good to see Salty here is an OG Michael Long community. So, yeah. Did you ever think I'd be going back to this? It's crazy. But there's a case, Salty, that is the similarities. I don't know if you've been following the Sebastian Rogers case about how Michael done with Sophie. It's very triggering. But I hope you're doing good. I can't believe I remembered you because I don't see very many from our community back then. Thank God, but there's a few that comes in here that I'm still friends with. Not many. You know how them days were. It's really good to see you. I love seeing people from back then that I haven't seen in a while. Okay, I do remember you. Okay. God, I hate to play this video again. I've done it the other night, but for those that don't know, Michael Long, him and his ex-wife Kelly Long were going through a nasty custody battle. Yeah, crazy days. So, do you think it's crazy back then? You should see the Sebastian Rogers case. Michael Long's, all that bullshit was fantastic compared to what these people are fucking doing. It's wild. They're like stealing girlfriends. Oh my God, it's horrible. Yeah, Salty, let's see here. I just actually, let's see, where's that at? I took a screenshot this morning. Where's that at? Yeah, he gets out really soon. Yeah, July 4th, I think, yeah. Hey, Criminology. Rage quit, Giselle. Hey, beautiful. Okay, I am going to play the viral video that started this. It might be triggering. Micheal Long, he put out a video that he edited it from hell, and it captured all of our hearts, because we heard this baby girl screaming for help. All of us believed it at first. Now, remind you, this little girl was coached, groomed, alienated from her mom. Just remember that when I play this. Oh, Salty. I never thought I'd have a channel, because I always hung out with everybody else and never done. Yep, we drank the Kool-Aid. All of us did because we believed this was real, And I know people will say, don't play this, but shit needs to be said sometimes, because this shit happens. It's real. It hurts people. It hurts kids. It hurts families, So, trigger warning on this. I don't really want to believe in trigger warnings because it's true crime, and it is what it is. But I know some people are different, Okay, this video is what Micheal Long put out that captured pretty much the world's hearts and got this shit going. I'm just digging. I'm gonna go right into it.
Come on, let's go. Come on, let's get in the car. Soph, come on. Sophie.
Hey, Nikki, Salty, I'm playing this one and the one where in the car, the really bad one in the car.
I know.
Well, she can't do those things if Mr. Jake isn't there anyway.
Ready to go or what?
Or she'll bring someone else here.
Someone else where?
Someone else.
To where?
She'll bring another boy back. One of his stupid friends.
No one's supposed to be there.
Okay, I'm gonna stop there just for a second. Okay, this video right here, Sophia's in her father's vehicle. Well, I wouldn't even consider him father, Micheal Long's vehicle. And they had to meet up to do, visitation exchanges. And Sophie's mom and grandmother was here to pick her up, for visitation because Michael's was over at the time. And so Sophie's mom and grandmother was here to get her. So I'm trying to keep it to where it's not confusing. It's a lot.
There, but your mom and your grandma.
That's what she says.
Okay, do not scratch yourself. Do not scratch yourself. Do not scratch yourself. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. Your grandma's gonna make sure that she doesn't bring anybody and that nobody touches you.
No. She's going to make sure that she doesn't have to sleep outside, and she's going to follow whatever my mom says.
No. Do you really believe that your grandma would let some strange guy or Mr. Jake come there and touch you?
If my mom says.
Okay, and whenever you hear him say Mr. Jake or Jake, that is Sophie's mom's boyfriend, fiance, baby daddy at the time.
Okay.
Every person always claiming the best protector kid. Stop! Stop it!
This is not your choice,
Sophie?
Stop! Not your choice.
Ow!
This is not your choice. Move your hands, Sophie.
I think her hands.
Is your hand stuck or are you not moving it? Sophie? Listen, the judge has made an order.
What's happening to you? Here, move your hand.
Sophie?
No!
That is not how you speak to your grandparent. Would you speak to your father or your grandfather that way?
Stop!
Here, let's put the seat up.
No!
It's convenient that the seat's down and we can't get the seat belt. I don't want to put hands in there, sweetie.
Stop! Stop it!
Sophie, you know, sometimes we have to do things we don't want to, but when judges and policemen say this is what we have to do, we have to do it.
I'm not going!
Where's her medication? Where?
Back here.
You know what? When I dropped you off, we had a really good time. Remember that?
No! Stop pushing me! Stop pushing
Honey,
me!
I
You're
have to-
hurting my
I'm not hurting you. I have to undo your seat.
Sophie, we have to do this. I'm sorry.
No, you don't!
Yes, we
Yes,
actually
we
No,
do.
you don't!
We
Yes,
do.
we do.
No, you don't!
Don't wash your hands.
I'm gonna. Sophie Elise, that is not appropriate.
It is.
Please move.
Ellie, don't hurt her.
I am not moving her. This is exactly what our attorney. Sophie, come here. This is ridiculous.
Call the police. This only needs to observe.
No, no. Sophie, you have to come.
Doing absolutely nothing to assist
You
her.
asked us to stay in the car.
You have to come.
No!
You asked us to stay in the car.
You have
Stay
to
in the
come,
car.
Sophie.
I have talked to her the whole trip.
You know what?
But
I
they-
have
We've
dropped,
had 3
when I
hours to talk
dropped
to
you
her to
off,
go
we had a
along.
really good time.
That's right. You have 3 hours to
Yeah, you know how long it took to get her to the car? What do you just
Yeah.
insult her?
Stop!
Against her
You
will.
better stop! Right now! He's pulling my legs! Help me! Help me!
Stop! What are you doing? Let her. No, that's just not okay. This is not okay. Stop,
Mom,
Karen.
No!
Call the police. Not going anywhere.
You have to come.
No!
He won't open the door.
You won't open the
What are
door?
you talking about? You're I got the door open. You're yanking
No,
her
that
out.
door.
Because you have a door open already.
Please open this
Open the door.
Yes, 4267.
This is insane. So wrong, Michael.
I didn't do anything. Kim, you're hurting her.
This is what our attorney advised us to do.
Yeah, but it's hurting her.
No,
okay?
it's not hurting her. She's putting on the fit that you asked her to put on.
I didn't ask her to put on a fit.
Sophie, you need to come.
I don't. No! I can't! No!
Why can't you?
Because I can't! I don't want to! No!
Wait, can you, Sophie, can you
Why don't you talk to her calmly?
Yes! I do not want to come! I'm not going
I
back
told her.
there!
It's told
Ever!
my grandma. I told her.
But why
Yeah.
Because
I told her.
Can you talk to me? Man, we used to get along really, really good. We had a really, really
Okay,
good
please
relationship.
step out of my vehicle. If you can't get her to come out of the vehicle at her own will,
We
I
had
don't
a
see this as
really, really
appropriate.
good relationship. I dropped you off. We had fun. We played Yahtzee. We did all kinds of stuff. What happened?
Just talk to her.
nothing!
Something did.
No! Then I had no. I'm not coming!
But why? Why not though?
Why
You don't want to
are
be
you
there.
doing this?
You don't want to be there.
I am smart. I know why you're doing this.
What are we doing?
I'm just talking to you.
No, I know you think Daddy did something. No, he didn't.
I never said anything about your dad.
Well, that's how it seems. Come up to me. Well, that's how you're acting.
Sophie, you're allowed to spend time.
I know. And I don't want to.
But I'm just trying to understand why, because we've had really, really lots of fun, and that was just a couple months ago. So I'm just trying to understand why you don't want to spend grandma
Well, I
time.
would have come if you just let me come peacefully, but you didn't. You tried to pull me out of the car.
No, you wouldn't come peacefully. You wouldn't get out of your seatbelt. You tried to.
Well, I don't want to come.
Sophie, we love you very much.
I do
just
too,
wanna
but I
spend
don't
time
want to
with you.
come.
Can you help me understand why?
I don't want to come.
But why? We're just asking questions. I'm not.
Well, I can tell. I'm smart. I can tell how when you're asking questions, I can tell what you mean.
I know you're smart. You're very smart.
Yeah, so you,
What do you think we mean?
I can tell it from your faces and your voices.
Tell what, baby?
Just, I have a choice, and I choose that I'm not ready to come.
That's not your choice, baby.
I am my own person, and I can choose what I want to. And I'm going to, and I'm not coming.
Unfortunately, that's not how it
It's
works.
not your choice. It's a
Well, too bad, so sad. I'm not coming.
I'm just trying to understand why.
We're really concerned about you. We miss you.
Well, I can tell you one thing that you shouldn't be concerned about because everything's fine. I'm happy.
I believe you're happy. A happy kid can spend time with both of her parents, right?
Well, not when you're trying to pull me out of the car.
Give me a run.
No,
Come out on your own then.
no, you already did it.
So, do you want to come or not want to come?
I do not want to come.
Okay, and why again?
Please stop.
Hey, Sophie, it's not appropriate to speak to your parents like that. I wouldn't allow you to talk to your father like that.
Well, I don't because he doesn't try to pull me out of the car when I'm sitting in the car with you.
Okay, Sophie, that's because I let you in.
He does too,
Okay, then do.
but I'm not going out. Okay, I don't care if I have to sleep here. I'm not going. I'm not going to sleep either. I'm staying here and I'm not going. I'm not going.
Hey, sweet sativa. Hey, Cha. We all did, Cha.
We're just trying to understand what has happened.
Nothing has happened.
This isn't how you treat
I
me.
finally decided I can speak up and say that I'm not going.
Who helped you decide that?
Me. And I know
That's fine, Sophie. That's
in
your
case
choice.
you
This
want
is your
to
choice.
know.
I'm just letting you know that it's not going to be your choice for very much longer.
Squishy, I'm not giving no link. I don't care who gives me hell over this. This is my channel. I have a reason for doing this, and I'm allowed to do what I want on my channel. I don't care who comes at me over it. It's not for bad reasons. So that's that.
I'm not
It's
going.
actually not your choice now.
I'm not going.
Hey, Sophie, I love you very much, and I'm really concerned about you, and I just want to spend some time with you.
Well, I'm going to tell you this again. You shouldn't be.
I'm your mom. That's what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to love you. and
I
worry
still
about
worry
you.
about my daughters, all of them. And my son.
Well,
I wouldn't be a very good mom if I didn't worry about you.
well, good thing I'm sitting right here to tell you that there's nothing wrong. I'm happy, and you don't need to be concerned about me.
Remember all the fun we had? All the walks and talks, and don't you want to go to that again? We would go with the boys, and they would go play, and we would sit for our walks and talks.
No.
Remember that? We used to look forward to that.
We can have a play date.
I tried that, and then you wouldn't come for my play date.
What do you mean I wouldn't come for your play date?
I stopped back the next day. You said we could have a play date, and you said not today, maybe another time.
No, I don't want to have a sleepover. I want to have a play date.
That's all that was going to be.
I didn't know that.
Oh.
And also, there's many times that you said something and then it didn't happen. So I could have been like so sleepy now.
Like what?
No, why don't anyone believe me? No one.
You know what, Sonny? You're only 9 years old, and I know you think you know everything, but at 9 years old,
I never
still
said
have to
I don't know
listen to adults.
anything.
Adults know what's best. And we have to listen to the adults. Mommies, daddies, judges, policemen.
No,
You do. We as adults even have to listen to judges.
I do know that, but I am not going.
So we can go for our walks. You were so happy. Remember on the way down, we stopped
That's
for a
'cause
special car.
Because I felt like I had to. Well, I'm happy with you, but no, not with Mommy.
You know why? I can guarantee you he's going to touch you.
Yes, I'm awake. It's real life. Why don't you believe me?
What? You were
Why
awake?
don't you
Who's
believe me?
touching you? That's okay. So who's touching you? No, I do want to know because I care about you. I do want to know. So who's touching you? Who's been touching you?
And Mommy, what is it?
And what?
And Mommy, what does it have? And it always
does
makes
he
me
do
feel
to you?
bad about myself.
How does he touch you?
Baby,
What does he do?
like, touches it and stretches it. 'Cause one time I woke up and there was blood in my underwear. I'm telling you the truth.
I'm not, honey, I am not saying you're not.
And Mommy's visiting always makes me feel bad about myself, and I don't like to fighting or any of it. I'm not going. I'm tired of it.
Listen, if you felt so bad about yourself, how did you get the school lead in the play when you were very young? You did gymnastics, you did all kinds of fun things.
Because all my friends said to do it, and I wanted.
But you had fun doing it, didn't you?
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
You had fun and it made you feel good. You could do your walkovers.
Well, that doesn't mean they didn't make me feel bad about myself. Why? I'm trying to tell you something.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
I'm not going.
So what
I'll
else
hang
makes
out
you
with you,
feel
but
bad?
alone.
What else makes you feel bad? Because before
I'm
we
done. I'm done.
before I dropped you off.
No.
And everything was good. Everything was good when we dropped you off. Just trying to understand. Hi.
You know Grandma helped you today? What? Remember when you left for the summer and you bought that card at the store?
Yes.
Do you remember what it said?
Yes.
I don't. Can you tell me?
In order for the judges to
I know you picked it out, but I don't.
judge it for 48 hours.
Stay.
Why is that bad? Because you want to tell me that you left.
Why do you just come up with these weird reasons?
The new ones.
I love you. Yeah, I love you very, very much. And I really miss you. And I just want to go for a little ice cream with you.
Yeah, but I hurt my daughter. Probably. No,
I was in here and trying to pull me. I think it's cool. The car.
Yeah. Yeah, bring her back to Waco. She refuses to pay on the property. Like, it's 2 hours. Remember, remember her kid. She's freaked out. Oh, God, keep my friend. She's never been held back.
Well, then how do you think I feel? I'm not angry. I'm angry, but I'm not angry at what you think. And you always say that nothing happened. What? You're like,
Okay, that was that. Let's see here. Yeah, Michael Long and his dad and them was filming this, and this little girl was definitely coached. It was proven, brainwashed. She was brainwashed and coached into believing she had been SA'd by her mother and her mom's boyfriend Jake and all kinds of people. We're going to get into it. Y'all in chat that do know this case, please kind of remain from telling the stuff that you know about this case because I want to go, by the timelines and stuff and not get people confused. What do you mean more brains than her parents, Nikki? No, I don't think that Courtney was there at that time. I might be wrong, but I know Michael was filming and for sure. And anyone that has a problem with me showing this and not blurring their face, then you need to go out to people that here I'll show you that have it on their YouTube right here. It's not me, it's them. So come at me, bro. I don't care. Like I said when I first started, I'm gonna get shit over this. I don't care. It's my channel. I'll do what I want. I don't care. Right, Kimmy Kins? I don't think she was. Right, Ty. I'm just saying though, nothing bad, but people get confused, before we get to all the points. But yes, definitely some coaching. But Michael put that video we just watched out. That was the first thing. That's what we all seen at first. And we're like, oh my God, we believed it, We absolutely believed it. And yeah. Right, Scout. Yeah, I know you're always confused, baby. This case is from back in 2020. Yeah, truly, he was. You could see him sitting in the front seat. Yeah, he's the one that Michael told call the cops or something. And, oh, Buttercup, I love you. Buttercup was around for this. And Squishy, I'm sorry you want to call me trash and stuff. Squishy comes from back in them days too, and I used to think the world of you, Squish, but no. Go bully somebody else. It ain't gonna happen here. You want to call me trash? Yeah, okay. You don't even fucking know me. Yeah, the stand with Sophie, yo. And this ain't even about re-victimizing her. This, okay, I'm not, fuck that. Okay, this here's a little long, but there's two parts to this one I'm gonna play now. And this lady kind of gives the backstories and stuff. I'm gonna post the chat or the link in chat one time. And if mods could get that link and keep posting it randomly, if you don't mind. Yes, Scout. Oh, just wait. Just wait. This reminds me so much of Seth Rogers, which Seth didn't know. It's different with the kids, but just the way Michael and Seth acted and done. Because Michael is a scorned ex-husband. He was doing anything he could to hurt his ex-wife. Because she moved on. She had a new baby. She was very successful, lived in a beautiful house. Hold on, Kimmy Cans. I'm going to drop it right now. It's this one here I'm getting ready to play. It's the video, but it's not to the channel here. So we're going to listen to this. Yes, Chai. Yes, and that's what I've been trying to say. We've got a Micheal Long situation, you all, with Sebastian. I feel it in my heart, and you can't change my mind. Right, BJ? 9 years old, right? It's wild.
A couple is going through a nasty custody battle, and then they go viral for the worst reason imaginable. Their 9-year-old daughter, Sophie, alleges that she's being sexually abused while at her mother's house. The case is investigated, but 1 year later, in July of 2021, Sophie's dad, Michael, abducts her. He claims that he's trying to save her, but Sophie's mother claims that he's the dangerous one. Now, in September of 2021, Michael is still on the run with Sophie, and people are left wondering who's telling the truth. When a person goes missing, there's a special kind of pain in the not knowing. I want to tell the stories of those who never came home. I want to tell you the story of Sophie Long. I'm Kona Gallagher.
And I'm Ethan Flick.
And this is And Then They Were Gone.
I got to stop this second. Hey, Paige, Crime Stalker. She was back there. Paige, I don't think 2020 will ever leave us, I swear. But I'm just doing this on Michael again because the Sebastian Rogers case, I believe we have another case of the Micheal Long in that case. It's wild. With the dad, not like the kid part, but Seth Rogers is so much like Micheal Long. It's crazy. Hey, Tiff. Oh, it's good to see you, Paige. How you been, love? Salty was in here earlier. I got cussed out and called trash. I knew it was coming. Aw, it's good though to see people from back then because a lot of people ain't on here no more. I was going to catch your live last night, Crime Stalker, but I was live too at the same time. Kelly, the stepmom. No, Courtney is the stepmom. Courtney. She ain't no more, but. All right, well, I finished so we can listen. I just had to say hi to Paige.
Welcome back, everyone.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you for joining us once again. We've actually picked up some new listeners lately, so I'd like to say hi and welcome to all of the newbies here. We've been also doing this for a little over a year, so maybe we should reintroduce ourselves.
Okay. Sure.
I'm Kona.
I'm Ethan.
Yeah. I'm a realtor, a mom, and a true crime addict.
I am 17 years in law enforcement, although I'm not.
Kimmy Ken, she didn't leave him. He had an affair on her. Sound familiar? Yeah. Yeah. Courtney didn't leave him. He had an affair on her. So, yeah. But she did leave him of that, but yeah.
Going to tell any of you which agency I work for, and I happily go along with whatever my wife fancies at the moment. And right now, it's been podcasting.
Started, you wouldn't even say that you're 25 or so, where you finally let it slip.
Validity behind what I'm, because of my job, is kind of across the board.
Yes.
Kind of overlaps with everything. So I have a little bit of a taste of what we're dealing with, not specialized, of course, but that's where my background is. And
your department or your title, you yeah, this is going to be really rough. It's a 2-part episode. I'll say that right off the bat.
I hate 2-part episodes.
I know you do, and I didn't intend it. I never intend to do a 2-part episode, I didn't think this was going to be one because it's so recent. And typically with more recent cases, like there just isn't enough information to do a 2-part episode. I mean, a lot of times there isn't information to do a regular 1-part episode, but this has different phases to it. And so there are 2 main phases. There's the Stand with Sophie phase and the Bring Sophie Home phase. And so today we're going to be talking about the Stand with Sophie phase. Next week, we'll be talking about the Bring Sophie Home phase. This story is rough. And in case you didn't get it from the intro, we do deal with child sexual abuse in this. I do not go into details about that.
Nor should you.
Yeah, but there's no way to tell the story without mentioning it, because it's a central part of it.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, obviously bring that up, but I don't think you need to get into the nitty gritty of it.
No. So I do want to say that right up top, because, there's a lot of stuff I choose not to listen to or watch or whatever. And I know that this might check that box for a lot of people. So I want you to know up front, so that if you want to skip these next 2 episodes, definitely do that. Just do whatever you need to do for yourself.
Can I skip these?
I know it's why I limit one way or another is in danger right now. So it's important to talk about it, I think, about violence and murder, and especially violence against children. But this is a current and active case, and Sophie, one way or another, is in danger right now. So it's important to talk about it, I think. And I think it's important to, get her story out there more and make sure that the proper authorities are doing what they need to be doing. All right, so let's get into it. Sophie Elise Long was born on September 16th, 2010 to Michael and Kelly Long. There's not a lot of biographical data available about Sophie or her family, but I do know that she's the oldest of 3 kids, and she has 2 brothers. Michael and Kelly, her parents, split in 2015, so all 3 of the children were quite young at the time. So Sophie was the oldest, and she would have been about 5. This is the type of divorce and custody situation that has kept both parties in court for years. Visitation agreements have changed, supervision rules have changed. It's been an abject just disaster. In fact, they can't even agree on the reason they got divorced in the first place. Michael alleges that Kelly was unfaithful and emotionally abusive, while Kelly calls him an abusive husband. And we kind of alluded to this in the intro, but I do want to reiterate up front, how we're approaching this case. So we each have 1 child from previous relationships. They're just a little bit older than Sophie is now. Sophie is now 11. Our kids are 12, and our oldest is actually going to be 13 the day this is released. Mm-hmm. This is actually his 13th birthday. So we've dealt with exes and custody agreements.
Yes, but it sounds like not nearly as heated as this.
Oh, no,
not
at all.
I think we, generally speaking, we kind of made out as far as far as that goes. We have very agreeable exes.
Yes.
And we're all kind of on the same page, and it's been relatively smooth.
Right. We've had bumps in the road because obviously we're going to, but
though.
I mean, nothing approaching this level. But with that said, again, the whole concept of having a custody agreement and trying to work out these things is something that we both do have experience with.
Oh, for sure.
Again, so this is the part that you alluded to before entering law enforcement. You also spent a year working for Child Protective Services.
Yes.
So, we talk a lot about that.
Oh my God, you all. They talk about their self more than anything. Get the fuck on with it. Sorry, I didn't listen to a lot of this ahead of time. I listened to the end of them. And so I'll be skipping through some of this because it seems like they just want to talk about them. Get on with the fucking story. Paige, this here, it's on channel, and then they were gone. She done this 2 months ago.
In this case, so you have the experience of seeing these situations from that end, which is not something that I have ever done.
And just so y'all know, Crime Stalker, she was one of the first ones with us on this case. So Crime Stalker knows this case inside and out more than we probably should, right, Paige? Yeah, Crime Stalker's an OG. OG. Right, Shirley. It's like, get the fuck on with what we're saying here. Hey, Megs, baby.
Yeah, well, it's not a pretty thing to be on that side.
No, absolutely not. When Michael and Kelly divorced in 2015, things seemed at least relatively amicable, and the couple was basically awarded 50-50 custody. So, and I think typically that's how it goes, unless there's some issue that's identified during the divorce proceedings. I think the default at this point is, 50-50, unless there's a reason not to do it that way.
Yeah, and the issue doesn't necessarily have to be adverse to one side or the other. It could be something like
one parent travels 80% of the time for work or
exactly,
something like
right.
that. Yeah. It doesn't mean they're a bad person. It just means that they can't have the kids 50% of the time.
Yeah.
So this arrangement apparently went on for a while, and, both of the parents eventually moved on. Kelly began a relationship with a man named Jake Billingham.
Okay, once again, I'm not going to let another motherfucker come in here. Inton Sports or wherever the fuck you are. You have no idea why I'm doing this. You never come to my channel. You're clueless on my whole point of this. So why don't you fucking kick rocks and get out of here? I don't give a fuck. Got it?
And Michael married a woman named Courtney Chalmers. And while I'm sure everything was not perfect, nothing seemed to be too far out of the ordinary at first for a divorced couple trying to co-parent. They had their issues, according to Kelly, starting, back in 2016, 2017. So not too long after they got divorced, but things didn't get truly bad until 2020, where things seemingly took a very dark turn. Micheal Long says that during a FaceTime call with his oldest son, and all right, so I'm going to stop myself right here. Again, there are 3 children. Sophie's the oldest. There are 2 boys. I know the names of the boys, but I'm just going to kind of leave their names out of this, because Sophie, unfortunately, she already has an internet presence. She's officially a missing person right now. Her name is out there. Her photos are out there. She's there, but I don't think the younger boys need to be brought into it in that way. So we're just going to be referring to them as, the child or things like that. We won't be referring to them by name. So anyway, back to this FaceTime call. Michael was having a FaceTime call with his oldest son, who was 7 at the time, and he thought that the boy was acting kind of strangely. When it was his turn to have visitation, Michael told Nancy Grace in an interview that his mother, Michael's mother, and his wife, Courtney, took the child to a lab and had him tested for drugs.
Why?
According to Michael, he just thought that based on the way this child was acting on this FaceTime call, that something was wrong, and it could be drugs.
A 7-year-old?
A 7-year-old.
Okay.
Now, one fact that is not disputed by either party is that the child tested positive for marijuana and cocaine.
At 7?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that triggers a lot of questions in my mind.
Yes.
A 7-year-old is not freely going about getting cocaine off the street.
Right.
So that makes me wonder where they're getting it. And if Michael is suspecting that they might be on drugs, then my assumption would be that the drugs would be coming from mom's house.
Right.
Not necessarily mom herself,
sure,
but mom's house.
Right. And that's what Michael says. So Michael's version of the story is that he was on FaceTime, thought the kid was acting weird. He got visitation. His mom and his wife took the kid to a lab, got tested positive. Mom's version of the story, Kelly, says that her son is fine. Everything's fine. But he went to Michael's house for the weekend and then magically tested positive for drugs.
Okay. Well, so there should be a record of when this test was taken, and it should sync up one way or the other with when said child went to Michael's house.
Right. So before we get into that, what I will say is that according to Michael, again, and this is the problem, so much of this is he said, she said, but according to Michael, His son told him that Mr. Jake, who is Mom's boyfriend, made him lick fizzy rocks.
Okay, sorry for all that. Yeah, I'm with you, Paige. There's a part 2. I watched the part 2 and right, Tiff. And I'm not doing this to re-victimize people. I said in the beginning, I know I'm gonna get some of the fucking long group people in here doing this. And Paige, thank you so much for being you and not being like the other ones that's coming here and trying to attack. Because I'm not doing this is about Michael. I'm doing this about Michael. I'm not going to explain myself, but okay, we're just going to go and watch because Michael, just like Seth, done his YouTube rounds, panels, and all that. So we're going to watch some of that and come back to this maybe because this is giving me a headache. Right, Sophie was exploited by her own father, and those people just need to shut the fuck up. They don't even know my point of this. They don't even know my heart. They don't even come to my channel. Now they want to come over here and say something. No, fuck off. Why don't you tell these people that's got these videos on their YouTube channel that I'm using? How about that? This was Michael Long on a live. This was early on right here.
Maybe. Oh, I don't know if it's close enough. Maybe we gotta go back here. Oh, they're on. They're on. Hello. And welcome to the craziest day of my life ever. Oh. Thank you guys for the prayers. We appreciate it. It has been one day. Looks like we have a good sunset coming though. Hope it doesn't cut out. Our internet is not very good in the countryside, so I'm trying. Come up there. Let's see. Kind of pretty. It's peaceful and quiet. So I want to wait till just a few more people are here because this seriously has been this day has been nutty, off the charts, next level. And unfortunately, there's some people that like I super care about that got hurt in the process. And I didn't know it till after it all happened. So I want to discuss it because I'd like to clear this up with the community as a whole. So. All right, good time with the kiddos. Yes. Hair needs to be cleared. Definitely, Samantha. I agree with you. I'm just getting caught up, to be honest. Sally, Deb. Hello, Deb. Angelina. Gotcha. Yeah. Thanks, Denny. Oh, Anna's live. Oh, that's cool. Angela, that's cool. I love Anna. She's great. And she's been one of our most diehard supporters. She's got a huge heart. And unfortunately today, because of what happened, some people that I really care about ended up in the crosshairs of a situation. And you know what? It's unfortunate because sometimes there are crazy things that happen. And there she was, like being awesome, and it was the situation on our end was still figuring itself out. So, yeah, as far as Anna's concerned, I'm a huge fan, and I talked to her a little bit ago, and I was pretty bummed out to see that it affected her this way. So, Kenneth, father of Sophie, yes, father of Sophie, Sophie's army. Hello. Today was hard. Rachel, what's up, Sophie? Some people probably like to meet you. Well, you're shy now. Yeah, I'll say hi. Oh, they already know you're here now. Come on. You gonna run away? Yeah, come down here. There you go.
Hi, everyone.
She's back. And as of today, she's staying, which is great.
Paige, I never thought I'd go back
And
to
that's
these
part of
days.
So, pretty awesome. Anything else? Do you realize it? Oh my God.
Wait, this is live?
Till 65,000. She's still getting used to the idea when she got back. So I think enough of you here. So I want to clear it up. Let's start from the beginning. And I want to make it super clear what happened because I don't want anybody involved to feel like they did anything. Here are the basics. We were in the hospital yesterday with Sophie. There were some things going on with her that we needed to get addressed. And it was an all-nighter. Come this morning, there was a hearing. It's like a closed conference
Yes,
hearing.
Paige, July 4th.
I don't like closed conference hearings. I don't know why those are happening again. But when it was done, oh, you coming with me? When it was done, I decided to go down because I wanted to get Jamie Graham on the phone with my wife, Courtney. And we're talking, and 7 units showed up. 7 Guadalupe County Sheriff's Office units show up, and a Seguin police officer show up. And 3 of the deputies walked over to me, and they said, at first I was like, oh, what's going on here? This feels weird. But then all of a sudden they said, look, we've gotten a call from Kelly. She's on her way with armed security to take all the kids. The problem with that is that we had just been told after the court hearing that Sophie would be staying with us and that the boys would need to return. And so whatever was said caused enough alarm that we stood back baffled. I went up to the room, back to check on Sophie.
Paige, I have a feeling he's gonna start doing his famous YouTube and Facebook rounds again and shit. And it's not fair, it's injustice, corrupt courts, and all this. You know what I'm saying? I could still see this motherfucker doing that, Paige. Can't you? Is that what you're feeling here? And he's gonna get on here and do the old pity party. They done me wrong, and this is that. And no, fuck you, Micheal Long, you piece of shit.
And Courtney, of course, let her sister Ashley know. And Ashley
Bag of hammer.
decided to get a hold of Cherish, and Cherish was going to let somebody know, and she let somebody who's near and dear to my heart, Crystal, know what was going on. Who, because of concern, nothing more than concern, alerted Anna, and of course Anna, if you guys know her, and she goes super hard, and she sounded out of the sirens as
he has lost all rights to every
it's
child he has.
And unfortunately, in this situation,
no, he lost rights to
we
Sophie. Every kid, he's got 4 kids. He lost them all.
And of course, the lawyers are involved, and they're like, "Hey, whoa, what's going on? You got like an armed militia coming up here," which is just a testament to Anna. And we hadn't evaluated the situation. Fast forward to now, we think it might have been a play. So
me too, Paige.
I'm not sure, but
and I hope Kelly is
we
doing good too.
Armed. I can see why that would cause a lot of concern. Certainly, it's a for somebody like Anna who's been there since the beginning. She's been out there. She's been beating the streets. She's been your champion. It left things in an odd spot for her, and for that I want to apologize because certainly that was never the intention. And for Crystal too, I left her in a strange spot as well. But we know that there's some amazing people out there who have gone above and beyond for these efforts to make things happen. And I just wanted to just be perfectly clear and clarify that had nothing to do with her fault. And in fact, it was nobody's fault. It was people caring. I've learned that sometimes when people care, miscommunication happens, and in this case, it impacted her, and it shouldn't have. So that's all I'll say on it. That's what's going on. It's taken a while because I realized once we got back how much had kind of gone sideways. And even within like the moderator groups and online, and everybody's like, "Oh, are you okay? And do you have a whole group of people with guns there?" And we don't. The kids are safe. We decided that the boys should stay, so the boys are here too, because I absolutely find no logic in deciding that one child should be staying and yet the other one should return in the hands of somebody that may abuse them. That makes no sense to me. And so, since I received no clarification, there wasn't an open court hearing. We're at a place now where I'm requesting that we have that clarified further because we know that there are problems, And so there is going to be more hearings.
His attorney made
just to try to
bank.
clarify it.
She took up for him during this. I don't know about now, but
you're going through a custody battle. This stuff can get pretty tense pretty fast. So, and it has certainly been that way in this case. All right, get good connection. Uh-oh, I got bad connection. Should we go? We'll go back. Go on, Soph. All right, see if we can get a question. Come with me. All right, let's see. We're gonna try to get to better internet. It starts going slow and then it speeds down. Let's see here. Yeah, I need glasses. Book here, the calls for guns shouldn't have been said. Yeah. Praise God, those babies are safe and with you. Amen. So there we were. I've reached out to Anna. Yeah, I talked to her earlier. I just haven't had a chance to follow up again. It's been a lot of damage control trying to figure out what happened and just getting wrap my head around it. You got to remember, I wasn't aware of any of it occurring until after it happened.
Yes, Scout, it was.
Spewing a bunch of things that I'm not sure about. I don't think that's fair to anybody. You still have all the kids. I just came on. Yes. I have
no SA at all.
Here right now. Safe. And tell Sophie, I love her. She says she loves me.
Love you, Buttercup.
That's the main point. I'm so glad Sophie feels safe.
Okay, and since Scout brought that up, Scout, this sick motherfucker here went doctor shopping with Sophie. Sophie had like, I can't remember, 6, 7, 8 essays, rape kits or whatever done on her. Could you imagine the trauma that little girl has just from that? And because nobody would give him the answer he wanted. He wanted her to be essayed. That's sick. But it was never found. And so he kept doctor shopping and no doctor ever gave him the answer he wanted. Yeah, but that baby girl had at least 5, 6, 7, I can't remember exactly, essay procedure rape things done on her. Hey, White Rabbit, you beautiful. So you. I know, Gossip. It's crazy, ain't it? This motherfucker is sick. You're welcome, Scout. But yeah, no, she was never essayed. No. But he brainwashed her to believe she was. Right, truly. And this little girl had more than she should have never had one. Because he knew he brainwashed her. Right, Chai? It was really fucking sad, man.
That's the main point. Absolutely, Wendy. Can you recap on court this morning? Okay. Yeah. So court was it was another closed session. I actually didn't get to go in and be a part of it, so I didn't hear of anything that had happened until after it was already done. And by the time I got the call, the decision was made that Sophie would be staying with us, and that the judge decided that the boys would return. It's completely illogical to me. So, about 15 minutes later, I went down because of the whole COVID thing. Somebody has to wait outside and somebody's inside. So I went down to see Courtney so that we could chat with our lawyer. And as we were sitting there on the call, 7 different units from Guadalupe County showed up. And 3 of the deputies came over and they told us that that she was coming with armed security to get all of the kids. And of course, this just came right in. Yeah, that's what she said. And we're like, wait a minute, this is what was just shared in the.
And see, he's saying all of this in front of her.
Why should we be coming to get everybody, unless there was another motive? And so yeah, I went back up. Courtney mentioned it to her sister, which mentioned it to a person in the group cherish, and then it got to a person that we work with really closely, Crystal, and Crystal came in through Anna. That's how she first heard about it, and so she let her know to raise the sirens and let everybody know that there could be a problem. And boy, did she ever! And she, and look, again, I'm going to say it came from a place of care. I truly believe that. I think that, there's no question that she has been out there all the time raising awareness about this issue. And as a result, and as a result of all the efforts that everybody put in, but Anna specifically, she's really done a ton. So I'm working to get this cleared up because, again, there's a lot of miscommunication in between. I didn't step into it until afterwards. So that's why now it took a little bit of time to understand what actually happened. Let's see, more questions. The babies are safe. People are standing with Sophie and you.
Oh, they were, Miss Moolah. He had an army behind him, just like Seth Rogers. Believed everything he said. And y'all know that crime sleuthing bitch, Crime and Coffee, whatever, Crime Sleuthin'. She was one of his mods, one of his supporters during this.
You haven't heard. Christ for helping you even. We got something, boys, with you. See a lot of Sophie in here. She's like, Sophie. So it's not over. We still have some stuff to do. There is going to be a hearing on Wednesday because I made the decision.
Sure did, Criminology. Sure did.
Here with us as well. I'm sure this is going to be a point of contention, and certainly I agree that judges make orders and we should respect them. But something was missed in this process because I can't quite understand why one child would be left here and the others would be sent back with somebody who very clearly has been abusing one of my children. So that doesn't make sense, and something must have slipped through the cracks. So yes, baby. Yeah, so that's what the sheriff said. All right, any more questions? Anybody want to ask a question do you want to take a question? No? You're shy now, huh? I mean, there's a lot of questions.
I can't read that fast.
Yes, you can. Hey, what do you got? Does that figure that out?
Gossip, a lot of us was duped by him at first, but
A man kidnaps his own child.
A lot of us was duped at first, but a lot of us caught on quick. Yes, child. Remember Magic Sand and all that? Okay, that one was over. Okay, now we're going to go over here to... I'm trying to play like all of his YouTube panel things he went on and stuff and all that. Okay, and this was on September the 2nd. This all started like August, late August.
Yeah, I'll give it a few minutes here.
Kimmy Kenji could be right. She was only 9 years old. Do you know what I mean?
This is what we were in Texas for our mask right here. See, like that. They say safe in public. Not about you guys, but I'm getting kind of tired of wearing the mask everywhere.
It did, didn't it, Paige? Audie, this is old. And Audie, honestly, I don't even know why you're here. You talked shit about me over BJ back then. Remember that? So why are you even here?
I got Taylor Swift stuck in my head. What happened, man? I posted a picture a little while back. We actually did Courtney's awesome. She, so it's like super into Taylor Swift, everything. She found the sunglasses, she found the poster. And she couldn't find the shirt, so she had her make shirts. She made her shirts, and then she made her Taylor Swift birthday cake on the 13th.
He loves to lurk. A lot of us did.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, had a guitar on it, and we literally sang "Happy Birthday" to Taylor Swift, and then cut the cake, ate some cake, and then we just played Taylor Swift videos for like 2 hours. Probably sang Taylor Swift songs for 2 weeks.
That was stuck in my head.
Yeah, some good music.
Yeah, she's good.
All right. Hello. If we just give it a couple minutes. I'm sorry, guys, it's been a little bit longer. I was waiting to get some updates on what's happening tomorrow. I know it's getting late. So, but that's weird. It's like an echo over here. Anyways, I just wanted to see if I could get those updates. There's different gatherings happening. A few minutes. What happens? You just bring everybody on camera. People come. Truthy Wade. all the way from Scotland. Just kidding. She's in Alabama coming back.
Someone said it might be muted.
Muted.
I don't think so.
Shouldn't be muted.
No,
Yeah,
it's
just
not. I hear you.
speaking too low. I had trouble with that when I was younger too much.
All right.
UK, California, Wisconsin. All right, you're like a minute and a half, 2 minutes. We'll go. I just want to make sure you guys have these because everybody's been asking a lot of different questions, and there are a lot of moving parts right now. So we're trying to figure it out. Now I got like Taylor Swift bad blood in my head. Seriously. I'm gonna bring my guitar next night. We'll play a couple songs as everybody comes together. I put out Aloha Keakua earlier. I don't know that one. I don't know how to play it. All right, let's see. All right, guys. So, oh, you're gonna play music. Oh, I see how it goes. Oh my gosh, it's the intro music. In honor of Sophie. I think we'll probably get started. I don't want to keep you guys too much because I know that it's probably like, well, then again, who knows? If you're in the UK, it's morning, isn't it? Is it morning in the UK?
Either that or really late.
Hey, you're like, wait, I don't even know.
I don't think they ever go to sleep in the UK anyway, so they kind of go all night.
When I go to London, your time zone switches so fast.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Okay, cool. So let's go. I want to tell you guys a couple things that happened. Some really, really positive stuff. Let's start there because I know that there's a lot of like emotion around this whole situation, and everybody has a ton of questions about some things that we're just not sure about. So we certainly don't want to come to y'all and say, yeah, we have this inkling or that inkling, and there's a lot of misinformation going around, and I get it. But if we don't know, I would rather not tell people. So first and foremost, like probably the most important thing, we have secured legal counsel. And when I say we've secured legal counsel, I mean, we've secured 6 awesome lawyers from 2 different firms that are ready to really walk into this situation and find some remedies. Lead counsel is Jamie Graham. She's amazing, awesome person. Super connected with her. I felt like she understood us. She understood why we've been doing this in the first place, and I don't know. It was really refreshing. So a lot of you know, I have studied Reiki for quite some time, and Reiki, if you're not familiar with it, is an Eastern healing practice that came over here a number of years back to Japan, and I did it at a time when I was kind of going through a growth period, and somebody recommended it, and I went into it, and it was very interesting to me, and kind of pursued it, but it was held against me a lot in courtrooms even. So when we met Jamie, it was pretty awesome. I mean, she's a cancer survivor. She's tough. She's smart, and we connect on that level too because she also is a practitioner. So it's that was good. We have so she's lead counsel. Second, Sarah Ann Lishman, who Jimmy's like, we're putting a fiery redhead right next to me, and she is, and we're excited to have her on board as well. Tracy Ross is coming on board. Aaron Grossi, Alicia Galvani is going to help me with anything related to some of the Spanish networks that we're trying to reach out to as well to bring in more attention for this issue, and Caroline Hewlett. So that's the team. It's 6 strong, and there's a lot to figure out. So, you know, this is the team Sophie right here, and it's thanks to you guys. Truly, thanks to you guys. We were out of this. To be honest, we had spent every last penny in this battle, and it was a leap of faith to come out and say we need help, and y'all were there. So we really, really appreciate it, and back in it. So let's move forward. Tomorrow, there's a court date at 10 o'clock. I'm assuming it's going to be at 10 o'clock. I've gone to a court date in the morning before, and then it was like a line, and then they chose a time later, but I'm assuming it's at 10. I'm not sure if I'll be there or not. I'm supposed to be on standby. So we'll see. There's a ton of issues that they're going to have to sort through. So, all right, cool. Actually, I do want to give a little update. Lacey Lakeview, I do want to make a comment about that because it's come up a couple times. I had a really great conversation with Sergeant Higgins And I want that to be clear because it's one thing to hold people accountable. It's another thing to also give credit where credit's due. And Sergeant Higgins called me personally. We had a great conversation. He's helping make sure that the proper thing is done for the situation that occurred. And so we're going to work together and make sure that that's taken care of. And he was really generous in offering guidance if there's anything else that we need, because it's something that, quite frankly, we haven't gotten along the way. And I think that's, exposing another issue with this whole process is that, parents get into a situation like this and they don't know what resource to turn to. And I know that there are resources out there, but you don't always know where to find them. And that's kind of led to some conversations that we've had lately too. If there might be ways that we could organize kind of resource areas for if there's parents that are showing up that are saying, hey, I was in a similar situation and I need some help with this or that. Just so many amazing folks out there that are doing great work. And it's really confusing though if you're in a bad situation, you don't know which way to turn. So let's see here. How's this thing working? Oh, wow. Oh, I'm a cat? I didn't mean to be a cat. No, I didn't mean to do that.
Okay, there's.
I don't know what I'm doing here. What does this do?
There, you're back to it.
Okay, perfect. I was trying to see comments because I'd like.
There
what?
A lot of support. Australia, Canada.
No, I was just trying to make sure there weren't any questions coming in. Yeah. Wait, is it paused?
No, it's going along. I can tell you there's some questions. They want to know update on the kids.
The kids, we don't have confirmation where they're at yet. I have not spoken with
Sorry,
them.
this might be boring to y'all, but I just want y'all to see
So
how much this is just like Seth
we've
Rogers.
heard rumors. I hope some of those rumors aren't true. But I don't know for sure where they're at. I don't know why I can see comments. Is there anything else?
Yeah, no, there's not really questions. They're all just, there's a lot of people around the world that are supporting you guys right now. Australia. It's not in a safe place. Have they told you yet?
The what, a safe place?
Yeah, no. Just
I'm going to say something about the safe place stuff, and because this actually is a little bit of a hot button for me. We've been told that they're safe for so long.
Hey, Pristine and right,
is, like, you
right.
can tell me they're safe all day long. You don't show me they're safe, or I don't know that they're safe. There's no way for me to feel secure in that. And especially since, honestly, along the way, I haven't felt like I say this nicely. I haven't felt like necessarily what certain people say and what's reality is always congruent. So it's not enough for me for just have a blanket statement saying that the kids are safe at all. You can't tell me my kids are safe for a week and not disclose where they're at to me and just expect me to just accept that. I don't accept that. And that's directly with Frisco PD. I don't accept that answer. And I don't know who is in charge of this or what you're doing, but if the rumors are true about how you're actually protecting them right now, I hope you super reevaluate that quickly.
I agree, Cha.
It's the closest thing I heard to sounding like it was the truth was completely inadequate. But I want to know more than just they're safe. Why should I believe you? I want to know more than that.
And Kelly, the mother, never came on YouTube or anything. She stays quiet, just like
to Jamie at this point because
Katie does.
There's a lot of things that have been turned into court, a lot of pleadings. Jamie and her team have had to sort through so many documents, confusing documents too at that, because they're the way they were filed and when they were filed and why they were filed and by who they were filed, and whose opinion went into why they were filed all plays into it too, because there's been some changes, especially with Rachel Lee standing down.
Yep, Scout, just like Seth.
Are you still under a gag order?
Right, Kimmy, and that's why Katie and them staying off too, but they get held.
I have a First Amendment freedom of speech, and quite frankly, I'm going to speak up for my daughter no matter what.
So I'm going to try to get a restraining order.
I'm not sure what the tactic's going to be necessarily. I don't think I can gameplay this, and that's why.
Okay, I'm going to stop this one a second. I'm going to be all over the place because this is a lot. I might have to do a part 2. Right, Chai, she done exactly what she was told. Okay, this here is when the cops went to Kelly, the mother's house. I'm going to play it, then we'll come back to this. I'm just trying to get in everything I can so I don't have to have 500 parts because this is a lot to this with this piece of shit here. Okay, let's see. This is whenever they went to her house.
Hello, I'm Officer Reed, Briscoe Police Department.
Hi.
So we got a phone call, welfare concern regarding Jack.
Okay.
Is he here?
Yes.
Okay. Can we see him? Talk to him?
Hey, Jack, buddy.
This is Kelly, the ex-wife. Sophie's mom.
Hey, Jack. How's it going?
Good.
Doing okay today? All right. Well, we just want to see you, buddy. Can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just prefer not to.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to say anything.
My ex-husband is a piece of work, so.
Okay. So, I don't know how much you've been talking with him today.
I haven't talked to him at all. He's not reached out to me at all about anything.
Okay. So,
trust me, I know the full story. He's done this repeatedly. It happened in 2016 also. He was accusing me of sexually abusing them, and my dad of sexually abusing them. So
okay.
So I guess this time, like I said, the reason why we're out here is because we got a call, I guess, from him saying that, the kids
tested positive for it.
I know. Trust me, I'm pretty pissed off about it because it wasn't from me and it wasn't from Jake. And they spent an entire weekend with Michael, and then all of a sudden he popped up positive for drugs. Like, I think
Michael's ex-husband?
No, Michael's the ex-husband, yeah.
Okay.
Like, I have my lawyer actively involved at this point because he has called CPS like 20 times in the last 2 weeks.
How long ago was it that the child tested positive? It was Jack, right?
Yeah, apparently he took him on last weekend when they were there.
And you said there's an open CPS?
No, he tried to open it. He called him every day for 2 weeks. They closed it. I told him there was no base for any of his claims or concerns.
Okay.
Then he got angry. Then this magically happened, and now he's reopened one.
When did you say he was with the dad?
This past weekend. I dropped them off on Thursday night, and got them back on Monday.
And then that's the same time they tested positive as well?
Yeah.
For that? So, okay.
Tested positive for cocaine while he was with Dad?
Yeah.
So right now, that's our main concern. The reason why we're out here.
I'm as mad as you are that like my CPS has even told me that she suspects that Michael gave it to him in order to make it seem like.
Do you know anything about testing for cocaine or anything like that?
No.
So cocaine stays in the system for 48 hours.
Okay.
Just so you know.
So
if
wouldn't that make sense then?
I mean, I'm not going to jump to any conclusion.
I know. I'm just saying.
We can't say here.
No. I understand that. I'm just saying, like, my concerns right now are. I would never in a million years. I wouldn't even know how to expose my kids to that. And so
we just, like I said, we go off the notes that we get, and we had to make sure he's okay.
I'm sure he provided.
He looks fine. He looks happy. He looks healthy. So
you're welcome to talk to the rest of them if you have concerns. I'm not.
No, I mean.
So like I said, we just want to make sure he's in good health right now in regards to, I guess, about the positive thing. So you said it's not any type of CPS, but you spoke to a CPS worker?
Well, no, he opened a new CPS case.
So there is an open CPS case right now?
I guess. I don't know.
Okay. Do you have a CPS?
I have her number.
Yeah, you have. Mind if I get it from you real quick?
Well, I mean, I have a lawyer now involved. I don't know if you'd rather talk to her to get the. I don't know what I'm allowed to do at this point because I'm trying to protect myself against like false accusations at this point.
Right. Yeah, we're just trying to see. Like I said, we're not accusing you. We're just speaking to you. We have a supervisor who's going to be speaking to him as well.
So what we can do, we can call CPS and tell them.
Listen, for all these concerns he has, like, I mean. He has basically been harassing me for the last month. Like, he has called CPS every day. He is telling them that when I was 17, I had a mental breakdown and therefore I'm not fit to care for the kids right now. Like, there's a reason he only has custody once a month. There's a reason. So I'm sorry.
So you say you don't have their referral number?
I don't have a case number.
You don't have
Did they tell you the name of the CPS worker or anything that was?
No, they just said, and they're the ones that told me that Michael was at the police station and that he's demanding that the kids be, released to him right now.
That noise is on their end. Kimmy Kent, I don't agree with the Mexico thing there because he didn't think that he thought it would go his way and all these lies and stuff, he would win. He thought everybody would believe him. I don't think the Mexico part ever crossed his mind until he got backed into a corner and they were on to him. No, I don't believe he did, Kimmy Kens, because he thought he was going to win and be smart, but he didn't. And whenever he got back in the corner and it all caught up to him, that's when he ran.
Oh, so CPS just called you?
Yeah.
What number did they call you from?
I can get it for you.
If you can. That's already making contact with
120.
I mean, I'm surprised Michael's been communicating with this person on a daily basis, so I'm surprised he would not have provided that. Considering I'm sure he provided. He is refusing to work with the CPS investigator now because she closed the case and he's angry because he doesn't believe it should have been.
What was if you don't mind me asking, what was the case before that?
I recently found out that there was a potential that Jake, my boyfriend who I live with, we have a baby, had been cheating on me. And so rather than make it a big, huge, escalated argument, I took the kids and we went to Jake's Nana's for a week in Oklahoma. He called saying that I was fleeing the state because I was in danger.
Not Jake. Michael.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Jake didn't call. Jake was like, "You're going to my Nana's. I understand. Okay. It makes sense for us to maybe take a pause and figure out what is truthful in this situation, so that it's not a situation that they have to like get dragged into. Like it made a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. Do you have that? You have that number?
Oh, sorry. Then he wasn't happy with that response, so he called CPS. CPS came out, said, "Hey, the kids aren't in danger. It's not a big deal." Then he sent a welfare check when we were in Oklahoma at 3:00 in the morning. By the way, so like that doesn't also seem. He's claiming there was a sex offender living there. Like it's 214-202-9261.
9261. What's your name?
Kelly.
Kelly.
Yeah, Long LNG. Then it was LONG. Then it was on a Facebook. Sorry.
You said what's your date of birth? Let me just brief you on. I like to let people know what I'm doing. That you don't be left in the dark about what's going on. Yeah. The reason why I am asking about the CPS bill, anytime there's a claim to us that that a child has been, especially if they came back tested positive, we have to make sure there is some type of CPS referral. Yep. So we just have to confirm to make sure make sure she has that information and it's something ongoing and that we don't have to make right now. That's the reason I'm doing it. So if he was here, I'm pretty sure he does have information. But I'm like, since I'm already speaking to you, the supervisor is probably speaking to him over there. I just try to get the information. That's it. So we're not trying to say.
He's not speaking to that investigator. He's refusing to speak to her.
He's refusing. Okay.
He's refusing because she closed the previous case because it was baseless, and he thinks he.
And you said you live here with your boyfriend?
Yeah, we lived here for a year and a half.
Okay, is he here right now?
He is not. He's at work.
Okay. I'm just make a call to my supervisor. Wait,
20, yeah, driver.
You have driver's number?
I don't think so.
That's the supervisor speaking to him. That's his name.
My phone's in the car.
Is there more information that I can provide?
Yeah, like right now, we're just trying to figure out what's going on. We're not pointing fingers at anyone.
Do you have your driver's license on you? Just log who we talked to.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to go call him off,
I'm trying to find his number.
Okay.
You need my license?
Driver's license, yes, ma'am. So we just log who we talked to. So we can say, we made contact with this person. It's how we verify who you are.
Like I'm actually me?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. It's a protocol deal. So kind of to explain that more.
Is there anything else?
No, I gotta log it.
I don't understand that. I'm gonna call my lawyer right now. I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable.
Oh no, so let me explain that a little further.
I know, but I would prefer to have a lawyer. Like I don't know. I'm having a lot of very severe accusations made against me.
Absolutely. So you're not doing anything wrong. The driver's license is just protocol. You don't even have to give it to me. You can give me name and date of birth. But I
already gave it to you, though. I already gave him my name and date of birth.
We just have to log who we talked to.
Okay.
Is there any reason you don't want me to have your driver's license number?
I'm a little concerned at the moment.
You're not in any trouble at all. It's so you gotta understand.
You have to understand that I'm being accused of some really severe things right now, and it's behavior that he's done in the past.
Yeah.
And I take it really seriously, and it is really emotionally difficult.
Yeah. No, I completely understand that. So
I'm
with the nature of the allegations being made. I can't put in my notes that I made contact with someone at the door, and then she said everything was good, and I left. Okay, I have to actually log, who I'm talking to.
So is my name and date of birth not enough?
Well, so
why is there another?
What's that?
I'm just hoping to. I mean, you could look at my driver's license. Like, obviously, it's me. Really long.
Right. Well. Okay. So can I get your driver's license number as a form of a second identification? Okay.
It is.
That's all we have to do. And I hope I didn't at all mean to make you nervous.
Sorry,
you've got a lot on your plate right now.
At the moment.
That's to be expected in this situation.
My dad died unexpectedly as we were on a plane to go visit him.
Oh my gosh.
Jake lost his job, and Michael is aware of all of this, and I have gone.
Just piling on. Man, I am so sorry. To explain, so when we go on any call, we have to verify who we're talking to.
I mean, so obviously y'all know the police have been here before. Like, Jake and I have had a couple arguments. Like, I'm sure that Michael provided information too.
Well, they said there was extensive call history, but we didn't show any, and then didn't.
It was after my dad died. I had a really hard time dealing with conflict and basically negative emotion of any kind.
Well, sure.
Since then, life has been significantly.
Those are all good. I mean, that's good things.
And so I am just frustrated because I can never move forward without.
Right. This is not a setback at all, okay? So we have to play neutral, right, when allegations are made. Obviously, there's nothing going on here. We can see that, right? So I just have to log who I'm talking to is all it is. Because you gotta understand, I can't go back and write in my notes. I talked to the person at the door who said everything was fine. Who was it? I don't know. I can't do those kind of things. But we're just, so the reason I'm still with you, my partner is talking to our sergeant who's at the department right now speaking to your ex-husband.
Yeah, I think he thinks that he can just come and take them because that's what he decided he wants to do.
Well, and that's what he wanted us to do.
He doesn't realize how life works. It's so frustrating. He's the type of person that he thinks if he says something, it makes it true.
Right.
And that's why he's angry at CPS, because he thought if I tell you these things, you'll believe me and you'll do what I'm asking you to do. And then when the facts don't work out, he gets angry. When he took me to court for sexual abuse 4 years ago, he ended up getting reduced custody.
Does he have any history of drug abuse or anything like that?
Yeah, he's inconclusively passed 2 tests that we've given him.
Okay.
I have personally witnessed him using marijuana.
Is there any...
Sophie tells me that he uses tubes to make his own cigarettes.
Okay.
That don't smell good.
Sophie's oldest daughter. Okay. Okay.
He is, I believe he has very severe undiagnosed mental health issues.
Okay.
And he refuses to get help, and I do the best I can to try and protect the kids from that and not engage in that.
Yeah.
If you go and look back, all he does is throw accusations and claims at me constantly.
Well,
but
right
yet
now,
I'm the one that's here. They have excellent report cards. They don't have any tardies. They go to school every day. They go to the dentist and doctor on time.
I've got 2 kids. That's hard to do.
I just don't think that if I was the person that he claims or makes me out to be,
So you get it. See where we're coming from, and also understand. Understand whatever allegations he's making. If we don't have someone on scene, we have to believe them until we can prove that it's not true.
Sure.
But I'm here now, before he's even at the department. So whatever he says, I can say, yeah, that's happening, or no, I'm here, that's not happening. Yeah. Does that make sense? Totally. Okay. So.
Are we waiting for him, or what is that?
Yeah, he's on the phone right now. Okay. So I think he's filling in our sergeant on everything you've said.
Oh, I'm sure. There's so much more. You have no idea.
Yeah.
You have no idea.
Have y'all ever had a police report between the 2 of you and Michael? Anything at all?
Against Michael?
Mm-hmm.
I have opened CPS.
Any police reports, though, with Frisco?
I did make a police report against him, yes.
Okay.
In 2017, when this thing started, with the sexual abuse stuff, because he had lost his mind. He called on Easter weekend.
So don't worry about him showing up. He is, this is his beat that he's assigned to. He was on another call when this came out, so now he's just coming to make sure everything's good.
In 2017, I filed a police report. He called and was extremely, I have it recorded. I sent it to the police. He was, this is Jack said, yeah. In 2017, I filed a police report against him because he called, he was super threatening to me. He was basically he was clearly not mentally hinged. He was sending me long text messages so long that when you click to read them, they open in a different app because they're too long to even be in text message form.
Wow.
And they were every word was capitalized. He was talking about how he was Garuda and he was deploying the Knights of the World to come and attack the snake, which was me.
What was the result of that?
He told the kids that he had learned that he was a real angel, and that weekend when they came to him, they were all going to get to be angels together at a big party that he was having at his house. And that happened to be Easter weekend. I was naturally really concerned.
Yeah.
I had this recorded. I called CPS. I did not learn until about 2 weeks ago. So because it was in San Antonio, CPS here had to transfer it to a CPS office investigator in San Antonio.
Right.
She went and interviewed them, and she came back and she said, they're a little weird, but I don't think they're in danger. By the way, you should know I'm connected to her family, but we've decided it's not a conflict of interest. And I was stupid. I didn't know any better. I was just like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I recently found out that case has completely, and all the documents, all the recordings that are in the police report with Frisco has totally disappeared from CPS system.
What was the result of the police report with us?
Well, I tried to file for I was basically just told that text messages aren't enough to warrant harassment, and because he is my child's father, I can't exactly block him because he still has custody. Right. So 2 days after that is when he came back and said she's sexually abusing the kids, her dad is sexually abusing the kids, she sexually abused her brother and sister.
Sophie's being really equal.
Okay, why don't you each go into your rooms with your tablets and chill out for a few minutes and I'll be done.
What's that?
With Frank?
I didn't come here. So, Jack, you know the situation.
Do you mind if we walk around just in the immediate area in your house?
Why?
Just to make sure there's nothing, I guess, out, any type of drugs, alcohol, something like that. That's out.
So Jack tested positive for cocaine and marijuana while he was with Dad. I don't know what you know about cocaine testing, but it was a common problem in the Navy, and so I actually tested a lot of people in the Navy, and it's cocaine stays in your system for 48 hours. So if he's testing positive for cocaine while he's with Dad, and Dad's saying it was here.
Where do you get tested at?
CPS. Dad took him to CPS and said, I think he's been using drugs. He's 7. Yeah, he's 7. And she's personally seen him use marijuana, and her kids have too, which is also what he tested for.
They will chat your ear off if you do my head.
So basically, I just contacted I'm trying to let you know what just a phone call that I got off on. But so I spoke to, I guess, CPS worker, and I guess she just got the case this morning. Yeah. Just got it, so we didn't have like a number for it, case number or anything like that. So we're reaching out to her. We try to get as much information as possible. Like I said, it's not pointing finger to anyone. We don't know what's going on. We don't know the validity of those tests. We don't know who we tested, when we tested, if we was tested. I mean, there's so many questions. Yeah, there's so many questions about it. Like I said, CPS is only doing their little follow-up. We just have to speak to both parties on it. Like I said, supervisor speaking to him, we just wanted to make contact with you. We see they're in good health. The reason why I walked through there just so I can be able to say, hey, we walked through there. I walked through there. I didn't see anything in danger. The kids are having good, how they were eating. They're in good health, condition, anything like that.
I slip inside that's getting blown up today. I mean, like.
So that's all that was. Like I said, my supervisor's over there, and he's going to speak to him over there and let him know there's, like I said, right now, there's not much we can do. Okay, that's straight up with you. I mean, we don't see anything that's in danger. We appreciate you being cooperative with us. I mean, you've been pretty cooperative with it. Like I said, I don't mean to scare you or anything like that. Just try to walk through the steps. That's why I'm trying to let you know what's going on. Each step and you can be with me, okay? How's your youngest?
What?
How's your baby? I'm waiting for a driver right now. He said the guy's doing the
All that doing okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Do you remember talking to me a couple months ago?
Yeah,
3 kids or 4 kids?
She said 4.
Okay.
She said 3.
I was going to get them some stickers.
Little baby. That one's not out there.
Yeah.
That's 3. Little baby.
So, you guys not there yet? Yeah. Let me move up.
This is 29 on the phone. What do you got? 129, 190. His party is supposed to meet up. Is up there in the lobby now. Okay, hold on now.
My lawyer doesn't do anything, but you should see. I have pages and pages of messages from him over the last month. Like, of stuff like, he'll be like, you know, this person in San Antonio 3 weeks ago at 3 o'clock in the morning. Are you involved in a relationship with their ex-husband? And I'm like, what? I don't even know what to do with this stuff. And so I don't answer it because that's what lawyer tells me to do. I do not answer this.
So he's setting
this through the courthouse. I'm not even. My lawyer just keeps telling me we need to modify our orders and basically just get away with it. 2017 went on a whole.
You have the same order?
Yeah.
You don't have to take that at all. You really don't. Yes. Is there something most of the time when it comes to that stuff, depending upon what is in the message, we can't do? Yes, absolutely right. However, when somebody's acting that way and irrational and violating, whatever order they'll have, then that's completely different. You don't have to. There are other options. If your lawyer's not looking for you, you can go fight it. That's the good thing about good old America.
Well, the problem is it's still in
You have her name and date of birth. Down in Fair County? I'm going to just go log in the call. I got her driver's license number. You want to give those to the kids?
just a moment ago. This appears to be the separate people. Sorry, Colin, when are you going to be around? My computer's not working. I am around. Father's going to be out with a vehicle. Father's going to be out with a gray Volvo license plate, wearing like an X-ray 8054. They're going to wait on you. Their report actually does look like this is going to be the same call from earlier. Roger is just now catching up on it. We're going to try to figure out what to disconnect him. So why don't you show me traffic? Let you go and paddle over to it. Okay. Let you go. Okay, I'm coming in right now, okay? On everything, but other than that, I have nothing else for you. I know it's frustrating. Oh, okay. And you've seen so I'm gonna call driver. I mean, nothing else. To be honest with you, you're completely.
I don't feel bad keeping her out.
Just yeah, that's what I said. I was
adding to this, guys. What are you gonna? You gonna hang out till? Oh. You just stay on the call till driver calls.
Driver's done. I don't even think we need to do that. Honestly, I mean, just take notes on our half of what we spoke to them about.
Yeah.
And everything that we got here, and then that's all you can do, really.
I'll type notes. I'm primary, I think, so I'll type notes.
Yeah, take notes on it, really.
No, I'll type notes, so.
Because I contacted CPS, and she said that, like, so I'll put what she said in there.
Okay.
I was like, no, I can see my note. I'll put what I have. I mean, listen.
Yeah.
Like I said, for that motherfucker, I'll just type the notes. I'm going to do all that. I'll type the notes. Because literally, I just walked in, I saw the kids, I walked around the place a little bit, just the immediate area, just the living room, and then to the kitchen where they were at. And that's it. I was like, I appreciate you. That's enough. They're eating and they're eating, so I can say kids are in good health, condition.
Yeah, I mean, I've got kids.
Has an ongoing investigation of the incident.
I've got kids. I know what kids look like when they're scared or anything. Those kids are
perfectly fine, happy. Like I said, I can just notate that in there, and then I'll walk through. Didn't see anything. Walk through. I mean, that's it. That's all we can really do. If you want us to really kid, we can't do that. We can't do that. Yeah. This is just some exigent circumstance. We can't do that. Stuff on the table, gun sitting on the table, the greasy kid, something like to show, wow, this is dangerous for the kids to be here. We don't have that. We can't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, the slip and slide.
Yeah.
So always have fun.
Yeah, and by him saying that, I have the test and stuff, we can't check the validity of that test.
Yeah, well, that's my suspicious in and of itself.
Yeah. Like I say, I don't know where that test come from, where the kids are at.
She said it was a CPS test.
A CPS test?
That's what she said. He took them too.
So the CPS lady said that the parents just took one. She just
at home.
Yeah, she made the order test for the parents to take. She said that's what she can do.
So was this a homemade test then?
I don't know where it was. She just said she did that. That's part of their investigation of what they're doing. She said she just had the parents. She was saying, how she can't release that much. She was saying she literally just opened that case like this morning. She said she hasn't even been out on it.
Yeah.
Because from our side, the police side, we really can't do much. There's not much.
Yeah, we might as well. Might as well get into a civil. Might as well get into this. Oh, we can. I'll take it right now.
We still check on them at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to go up there, driver? I tried to call him and went straight to voicemail, so I don't know if he's on the phone with the guy. Or...
He was on the phone with somebody when the guy showed up, so. What was busy?
Yeah, don't know what he's doing. I haven't seen him. I've been at the PD for a while. I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, yes. Happy.
I'm gonna let you go.
I can see her carrying some.
You're not gonna have me.
That won't be on video.
She's not letting you stay.
Gotta go. Come on, it's just to make it work.
Hello? Yeah.
I'm staying.
Yeah. She is, and the kids don't want to leave, but Sophie is repeating the car. She's videoing, calling the cops.
I'm not.
Sophie, please
I'm not.
Yeah, she's refusing to come.
I don't want to come.
I don't think you have a choice, Sophie.
No fair.
No, they're doing.
No. I don't
And
want
Sophie's
to go.
refusing to go.
I don't want to go.
Yeah.
I don't want to
This
go.
is actually quite terrible. This is your responsibility. And you guys. But... Oh, no, I know.
Mom's making me cry.
Okay.
I'm not going.
We just throw pipes at you.
Baby,
I want to stay here.
can you walk her over to me since I'm not allowed on your property? Come on.
Sorry, y'all. I don't know why this is lagging here. That's the end of it, really, of that interview or that where the cops were there. Yeah, everyone believed this too. It's just that's why I get so upset with people the way they are with Seth. Just a second here. Let's see here. Let's see. What else? Okay, and this here is a call between Michael and Kelly.
I really don't understand like where.
I know everything you've done. I've been watching you the whole time.
What exactly have I done, and what do you need to talk to the kids about?
I know Ernest. I know it all, and you know I know it all, and I've always known it all, and you got about it. But guess what? I don't care anymore. So you're going to go to court with me, and it's going to be a freaking journey. So if you want to play, I would be careful who you're playing with now. I'm done with my classes. I graduated.
I don't understand what your classes have to do with.
Are you kidding me? I went through mastery classes in every tradition in this world. I know magic you don't even understand. You could if you wanted to, but you kicked me out of the door.
So you're going to use magic against me?
I'll use anything I have to protect my children and to spend time with them. And since you're alienating me, it's going to look really terrible on you in court, especially since you're acting like a whore in your current relationship. So give me the kids now.
Just for the record, we tried to FaceTime you twice last week and you weren't available.
Just for the record, you play games and you have for a long time. And
Michael, I asked you to FaceTime them at 8 o'clock both evenings, and both evenings you weren't available. Okay, are you going to talk to Sophie in a nice way?
Yes, I am. Yes, of course I am, because she's my daughter and I love her. You, however, betrayed me. So give me my daughter now.
Michael, you know we've been divorced for 2 years, right?
You know, Kelly, I still carry all those little sticks that you put in me. I'm gonna
Hey, Sophie, can you come here?
So that's fine. Go to your lawyer. I'll call your lawyer myself and all the witnesses, and I'll get them all ready. Because I wasn't bullshit. I didn't know all that. People did call me, and I was trying to be nice to you. I've tried to be nice to you the whole time we've been together, and you were really terrible to me.
Hold on one second.
And you've been really terrible to a lot of people, so it's not going to fare well.
Hold on 1 second, please.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi. Daddy.
I have my scarf on.
Why? Is it cold?
No, it's not cold, baby. I just found out that I'm an angel, and so are you. You know that?
Yeah.
I know you know that, because you know that the whole time, because you are always been an angel.
Yeah.
I have very special things to share with you this time you come and visit. Really cool things. I'm so excited, because I finally got permission to teach.
I can't hear you.
Huh?
Did you say? I only heard teach.
You what? Oh, I said I get to teach you new things when you come next time. Because you are chosen for some cool lessons. I spoke to an angel about it, and they said, you're an angel, and you're a really important one. So they said, I need to give you one of these.
We do it every night.
Run your dishwasher every night with Cascade Platinum, the surprising way to save water.
Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. Spray, wipe, rinse.
I wish these
Dawn
people
Power
would
Wash.
get premium.
I can't
You
see.
see those?
I didn't see.
How about these? Look at these. You ready? You see these? You see these pretty feathers?
Yeah.
Daddy's about to collect like 100,000 of them, and we're going to build angel wings together. It's real. It's time. It's happening. And you get to come visit this weekend with the boys. And I have really special projects for the boys, too. I'm bringing in all my friends from the whole world, and they're going to come and teach you cool things. Is that fun?
Yeah. What's that sign up there?
I don't know. Do you want to see my pretty jewelry I got?
Yeah. You got new jewelry.
Yeah. New medicine. This is the bull. The bull is very colorful and fierce. He's not somebody to be played with. And you're a little bull inside, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are. I love you. I just wanted to let you know, Sophie.
What?
I hope you had a good day. And I'm looking forward to seeing you.
I love you too.
I got my hat fixed. You see that?
Yeah.
That one's for you, baby.
What? I can't see your face.
That one's for you. See it? See it?
Oh. One.
See that stone right in the middle? You see that one?
Yeah.
That's almost impossible. It's like a miracle. And so are you. I love you. Are the boys there with you?
What?
Here's Courtney. You want to say hi?
Hey, Courtney.
Hi, beautiful. And look at Phoenix has a little feather over her belly because he's protected by the light. How you like that?
Yeah.
That's right. You know what, baby? I found out some cool stuff, and I'm going to tell you everything, okay? God is real. You are protected, and all those angels you told me about are real, too. You were the one that told me. I think Mommy doesn't know that, but you're the one that told me the secrets. You know what I mean. So we'll talk about it more. I just wanted to let you know that I woke up. I know what's going on, and I can't wait to have you back because we're going to sit outside and play games all day. I will never leave your side again. I'm sorry. You get to see everything now. We're going to make projects. We're going to make little dolls. We're going to do funny things to little dolls and put feathers on them and make them fly. It's going to be fun. I learned a lot of cool stuff when I was in the mountains. I finally went there.
Finally went where?
To the mountains where I needed to go. And I'm going to bring a Tibetan Buddhist back to prove it. Because nobody is going to believe me unless he shows up. His name's Raphael, and he's going to make something amazing in town. He's creating the biggest mandala in the world with Daddy's work. His daddy learned how to create miracles with rocks called sand. Do you want to see some of it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you a lot of it to share with all your friends, okay? Hopefully, Mommy will let you bring it to school because I'm sure that they'll enjoy it too. This is one thing I made. See it?
Mm-hmm.
This is one of your favorite stones. It's called citrine. Remember that one? The orange one? Yeah, it's really good for your body. It helps you stay really centered and grounded so you can do almost the impossible easily. Isn't it cool?
Yeah.
So I'm bringing in some really cool people from California. That's where Daddy was born. And they're going to start teaching here locally with one of Daddy's friends named Glenn. Remember Glenn?
Yeah.
Really nice, right?
Yeah.
Well, his mommy and his daddy want us to go and spend a lot of time on that land. And things haven't all worked out yet. Daddy doesn't have all the money yet, so I can't buy you big things because I don't have anything yet. But everything's lining up exactly how I said it would.
We're going to build this garden that's made out of crystals that you get to walk through first. It's yours. I'm having it done for you. And you'll be able to see it from the moon.
From the moon?
Yes, it'll be the biggest mandala in the world. And Elizabeth Weston already agreed that we can put on their very beautiful land. Hopefully, Mommy and you can come and see it. Because Mommy is always welcome there, too. Okay? I love you. I love the boys. I love everybody. Would you go just spread your angel wings to everybody for me?
Yeah.
I can't wait to see you, love. I love you so much. Are the boys there? Can I say hi? You are just perfect.
Yeah. I'll go down.
Okay.
For bathroom odors that linger, try Febreze Small Spaces. Just press firmly.
I'll be right back. Where's Daddy? I can't see his face.
Hey, Kenny Miller.
Why is that just not working?
Jack.
Daddy!
Hi, baby. How are you?
Good.
How have you been?
Good.
Good. Well, I called to tell you something, too. Daddy got some new tools, and he wants to share them all with you.
What the?
Yeah, you get to play with all of them. They're all yours. That's right, because you're a genius. I know who you are. I know who you are. You want to see one of the tools?
Yeah. Me too.
Whoa.
What?
You know what it does?
What?
It helps you find water anywhere. So if you ever need to find water, you can walk around with this. It's a tool, not a toy. It's a tool, not a toy.
Daddy.
Hi, Lukey. Jack. Come back, Jack. You get to play with this. I'm going to teach you how to use this when you get here. So we're going to find some water, okay?
Okay.
Deal?
Deal.
Okay, I got your tape measure. It's totally safe. I'm going to need you to measure some stuff for me.
Okay.
And I'm going to teach you how to use a couple tools, and then you can bring a pretty gift back to Mommy that you made, okay?
Okay.
Show her how incredibly smart you are. Got it?
Got it.
How's your skin?
Good.
Okay, do you have any problems going right now?
Yeah.
Where does it hurt?
I'm right here.
Where? Show me. Where? Your face?
No, right here.
Point to me. Point it where? I need to see it.
Right.
Your neck?
Right here.
Your face? Your eye?
No, it's right here. Look, you can't see.
Okay, come on. Tell me where, please.
Right here. It's on the.
Kelly.
On the. It's actually just itchy. It's on the side of my neck.
Okay, it's on the side of your neck?
Yeah.
Okay, I have something for you.
Okay.
I love you. Can I talk to Lucas, please?
Yes.
Can you go get Lukey for me?
Hey, Daddy.
Hey, baby girl. You want to see something else cool?
Yeah.
An angel wing dropped from heaven last night just for you, and I put it in a special bottle so we can look at it together. It's real.
A real angel?
Yeah, an actual angel came in and saw Daddy last night. I'm not kidding either. I can prove it.
Okay.
Where's Lucas? Hey, Lukey. Guess what? Lucas. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay, baby. You know how you want to do karate or something?
Yeah.
Daddy's really good friend, Ryan Kovac, is coming out to visit Daddy and teach him how to do karate so that he can teach you karate. It's going to take a little bit of time, but I know you're our physical one. You have such good, strong muscles, and you like to move, and you're a daredevil. So I invited him out. He's going to help teach us, okay? So you're going to get new belts, and you're going to be able to play with your body a lot and jump and do flips, okay?
Hey.
I love you so much, and I miss you, and I cannot wait to see you this weekend. Please, everybody, give mommy a hug. Make sure that she's okay. All right, and I'll see you guys this weekend. Please drive safely. Oh, here. You want to say hi to Courtney? There you go.
Bye. Bye. I love you.
Bye, guys. We'll see you.
I love you, Daddy.
Creepy, right? And this here, next one is a Zoom call that happened. Hold on, shit. Sorry if I'm boring y'all. I just want y'all to see. I'm ready for whatever, Kenny. Yeah, he is so fucking weird, man. Gossip, he is. And yeah. He's like Seth. He wants to be the, what do they call it? The weekend dad or whatever. And he's fucking a weirdo, man. Always, and he's getting out of jail, done all this shit. Hey, look, Squishy, her face is blurred.
I'm going to pick you up. Yeah. Okay. All right.
She was with her mom here.
We'll definitely talk. You know.
On a video chat with Michael.
I'm sure. I miss you too so much. I'll get you tomorrow, okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Seth. I'm sorry. I love you too. You have your nightlight? Do you have your nightlight?
I'm just gonna tell you later.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Debbie. Bag of hammers.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just tell you later.
Okay.
I have no clue, Cha.
That light thing is super cool.
It's super cool, right?
So he's not here.
There's none there. It's rain. Well.
I saw a heart cloud in the sky.
You saw a heart cloud? That's pretty cool.
Gossip, he won't. He lost all rights completely to all of his kids. He will never see those kids again.
You're almost 10. What's the matter?
10? It's 9 here at 1.
I said you're almost 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you ready
Cha,
for it?
his rights are terminated. They absolutely are.
Are you ready for it?
Are you ready for it?
actual birthday and I want to be there.
That would be awesome. I think that's something to think about.
At 3, that was actually my only birthday wish.
That's your only birthday wish. I thought you wanted to meet Taylor Swift and get a horse.
No, the one here.
The one, what year?
The birthday list here is that.
Wait, I thought you said you wanted to. Wait, you're saying what then?
It's recording. It's voice recording and stuff. I'll tell you later.
Chai, it was his wife Courtney recording it.
Okay, let's see.
So, where are you going?
I screen. Yeah, I am.
And yeah,
So sad, Scout.
Same.
that's kind of different.
Kind of different.
But when I drive past the infinity symbols on the cars, it makes me think of you too.
The infinity symbols.
Penny, I hope to.
Me too. I think of you every single time I see an infinity symbol.
That's all in one play of that because that's kind of I can't hardly. But Kenny, she had after they got her back, the state did or whatever, the authorities. I believe she went to North Carolina somewhere. She went with her mom's sister, which is like a therapist or something, but she's like in intensive therapy and stuff. And I don't know nothing else about her, and I don't want to know, because I want her to live her life and get her life back. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, she's very fine now, from what I know. She's been in therapy, and that's the last I heard. And I don't want to know anything else about her now. Like, I'm saying that in a bad way, because now she's safe. That's all that matters. Yes, Scott, I'm so sorry for what you're going through. I was trying to find it. Annie Elise was in on this, and that's how she grew her channel. She was on this piece of shit side. And I don't know if y'all heard whenever Bullhorn had Seth on the other night, she said something about waterboarding. Well, Annie Elise said that Kelly, Sophie's mom, needed to be waterboarded. I was trying to find that, but yeah. Annie Elise said that 10 to life, said that Kelly, Sophie's mother, needed to be waterboarded. And Betty said that about Katie and Chris. Yeah. Annie Elise is the one who helped this motherfucker raise money. He had a GoFundMe over $200,000. That's not including cash apps and all that. Oh, Scout. Scout, if you ever need anybody to talk to, I'm always here for you. You can email me and I'll give you my number. And right, Chad, I couldn't imagine. Like, where would you even, and she don't trust nobody, wouldn't then, and poor baby, man. Here a second. Annie Elise deleted every single thing she done on that. Because she knew she fucked up. But here, I got a little 1-minute clip here that I found. This is on Not Just Another Housewife's channel.
Her mom threatened to stab her in the neck with a knife while she was sleeping if she kept talking. And there's proof that Kelly and Jake were doing cocaine again, which that proof is coming out shortly. I cannot now vouch for the truth in a few of the statements that I made, and I want to make that clear. These statements show that Kelly Long neglected her children in any way, put them in danger, or harmed them in any way, including emotionally, physically, or psychologically. That Kelly Long threatened to harm her daughter in any way. That Kelly Long has or had any drug addiction, did drugs around her children, or allowed her son to consume illicit drugs. I want to formally retract these statements as I can now not vouch for their veracity.
Forever is the strangest thing. It's shorter than you think.
Yeah, Annie was a big part of exploiting this child. Hold on just a second here. I still got a lot I want to go over if y'all are still. What the fuck? Just a second here. Just a second. Hey, Ro, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Just a second, I'm looking for some stuff here. Yeah, Annie Elise Tender Life is trash. Just a second. Let's see what I can get here. It's a mess, Debbie, this case was. And I never thought I'd be coming back to it, but I absolutely believe we have a Seth Rogers, Micheal Long situation here. Faux show. You're gonna go digging into it. There's a lot on YouTube about it. A lot of it's been deleted too because people were wrong. I'm just seeing something here. Here's one. I'm trying to find some stuff that Annie fucking did. This is also on Not Another Housewife's channel here. Good night, Kenny. Thanks for stopping by. Scout, I wonder what he said too. You know, yeah, brainwashed him and all that, groomed him. Not like, I don't know. Seth's a piece of shit.
my opinion on this doesn't piss anybody off, let's talk about it. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. My name is Marissa, if you are new here, your favorite problematic housewife. And today we're going to be talking about Annie from 10 to Life. She is a true crime YouTuber. She has like over 100,000 subscribers. And she recently did a video called My Statement on the Sophie Long Case. And we're going to go through this video. It's not very long. It was less than 4 minutes. Before we get into the clips, if you don't know, she did a whole bunch of coverage on the Sophie Long situation. She, did videos. She did live streams, which I'm going to get into. Talking about this, she was in direct contact with Micheal Long, and she put out a bunch of information and pretty much dragged Kelly, who is Sophie Long's mother, through the mud. So I'm going to show you what she has to say right now, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about it.
10 to Life with Annie Elise.
Because I wanted to get this video out there before the baby arrives. And the baby literally, I think, is going to arrive any day now. Now, there is a case that I covered back in 2020, and it was an extremely controversial case. And in recent months, I know a lot of you guys have really wanted me to comment on it. I've received your DMs, I've received your emails, your comments, and I know you've wanted me to share my opinions and speak out on it. While I can't go into specifics as to why I haven't spoke out, I do want to come on here and set the record straight today. As I mentioned, I posted several videos and live streams back in 2020 on the Sophie Long matter. In December of 2020, I chose to step away entirely from the case, and additionally, I voluntarily removed all videos and publications related to this case as of January 31st, 2021. Based on my coverage of the Sophie Long case and my communications with individuals very closely involved, and a result of recent developments as well, I cannot now vouch for the truth in a few of the statements that I made, and I want to make that clear. These statements include that Kelly Long, Sophie Long's mother, permitted, facilitated, or allowed her daughter, Sophie Long, to be sexually abused by anyone. Also, that Kelly Long neglected her children in any way, put them in danger, or harmed them in any way, including emotionally, physically, or psychologically. That Kelly Long threatened to harm her daughter in any way. That Kelly Long has or had any drug addiction, did drugs around her children, or allowed her son to consume illicit drugs. I want to formally retract these statements, as I can now not vouch for their veracity. In one of my videos, I also stated that Kelly Long was arrested, and I can confirm that statement is false. Neither Kelly Long nor her boyfriend Jacob Bellington have been arrested or charged in connection with allegations made in this case. I sincerely and deeply apologize to both Kelly Long and Jacob Bellington for any harm that they may have suffered from these statements.
So firstly, I want to say congratulations to her on the pregnancy. It can be very hard doing YouTube and being pregnant. I hope she has a healthy delivery, safe, and a healthy baby, and everything goes well. And just congratulations to her on that. Being a mother is a wonderful gift, and especially when you're doing YouTube, it can be a little tricky. Okay, don't mind my appearance. I kind of just threw makeup on today because I literally only have probably 20 minutes to film before Giovanna wakes up. So I'm going to try to get through this video in a timely manner. Okay, so what I really want to get into today is the first part of the video. I'm going to give my commentary on this statement I just showed you. And then in the second part of the video, I kind of want to touch on how this relates to the whole exploited children situation and movement that we have going on the internet right now. Okay, first off, the first thing she says is that she knows that people were asking her to cover this and to kind of give updates, and she cannot say why she hasn't. Now, I also want to mention that she removed these videos and live streams back in January, and she hasn't said a thing about it up until now, which I think, is extremely sus, and she's trying to tell us that she can't tell us why she did. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I feel like she wants to sweep this under the rug. I'm just going to say it right now. I kind of feel like she wants to sweep what her and other creators did under the rug with the Sophie Long case. Now, all the stuff that she retracted. Now, I understand that we all make mistakes, okay? I understand that on YouTube, and we have to apologize for things. But to spread all of that false information, to spread all of those lies because you had no facts, no evidence, you were just going by what Micheal Long told you. Because if you had facts, you would not be retracting your statements right now. You see all of the stuff that she is retracting and says that she cannot vouch for any longer. And some of the things she said, you should not be telling people without facts. She said she can no longer vouch for Kelly allowing her daughter to be harmed in any way. Okay. She can no longer vouch for saying that Kelly and her boyfriend were arrested. Why are you telling people they were arrested if you didn't even see an arrest record or actually know? How are you going to spread all this false information and then nonchalantly make a less than 4-minute video, retracting it, quickly apologize, and move on? This video was a total miss for me. I'm going to say it right now. I don't think she apologized correctly, in my opinion. She caused so much harm and grief to this family for all the lies and misinformation she spread. You just saw how much stuff she retracted. She spread false narratives about Kelly, dragged Kelly, the mother, through the mud. She's saying she harmed her child. She allowed her boyfriend to harm the child, that she got arrested, that she's on drugs, that she's abusing her. All of these lies that she allowed Micheal Long, she gave him a platform. She gave him a platform to spread and manipulate so many people, and you helped with that. That is a big deal. This is not a petty drama. This is a crime, a child. And you grew and made bank on Sophie Long, this child. You exploited this child. Annie from 10 to Life was directly involved in funding Micheal Long. He used that money to kidnap his daughter. He lied and manipulated everybody. And you pushed that narrative. You, Dad Challenge Podcast, and The Glarer, all three of them did a live stream promoting this guy, believing this guy, dragging Kelly through the mud, pushing the GoFundMe, linking it in their videos, pushing for them to be, pushing for Micheal GoFundMe, promoting it, promoting this GoFundMe. So you pretty much funded her kidnapping. I'm just going to say it right now. This is insanity to me, that after all of that, after all the videos and all the live streams, after spreading all this false information, she is going to sit there and nonchalantly make a 4-minute video. Just, oh, I retract this, I retract that. Like, you didn't harm the family. You didn't apologize to Sophie, and the apology you did made was 1 second. In my opinion, she should have been like, I can't believe I did this. This was so wrong. I'm sorry I hurt the family. I feel horrible. There was no remorse in her face. I believe she went with Michael's story and believed it because she knew it would grow her channel. It would give her exposure. Dad Challenge Podcast hates women, so of course he was going to go along with the story, dragging Kelly through the mud. The Glarer, do I even need to say anything about him? This whole thing is horrific. And the fact that they're just going to ignore it and act like it didn't happen is insane to me. And people are in her comments praising her. Praising her for what? That video was such a miss, in my opinion. I feel like she doesn't care about the victim. She made so much money off of Sophie Long, so much money off the back of Sophie, so much, and other children, and all of her true crime videos that she does. She built her career exploiting victims. And that's what I'm going to get into in the second part of this video about the exploitation situation. But her apology, you cannot drag a mother through the mud like that and then just act like it didn't happen. Get rid of the videos and pretend it didn't happen until now. And now decide to address it and only do a 4-minute video acting like it's just no big deal, like it's just some drama that you got wrong. This is people's real lives. This is people's children. This is people who have been directly affected and hurt by what she did. I just don't feel like her apology was genuine, and that really sucks because, you know, I have enjoyed her channel. It really sucks to see somebody just take so little accountability for the hurt and damage that they've caused to an actual victim and family that they covered on their channel. And it just really goes to show there's true crime channels out there that have no problem exploiting children. And now what I kind of want to get into is, you know, these channels that exploit missing children, they exploit victims, families, they exploit children's cases in order to further their career, their YouTube channel, and make money off of it. So I want to let you guys know and open up a conversation. If you are against family vloggers and mommy vloggers exploiting their children for their own gain and their own money, what do you think about, you know, channels who exploit victims and children? They're making money off these videos too. How is that any different? And the family vloggers who are doing these vlogs, their children are safe and sound in their home, being very well taken care of. And these children who, like Sophie Long, like Summer Wells, Annie from 10 to Life is now covering the Summer Wells case, a missing child, and she's done like 5 videos on it, and she's making money off of it, and I have not seen her once donate any of this money to the cause. And, you know, a lot of people were upset with the LeBrant family for clickbaiting cancer and making money off of a cause. Well, Everybody's making money off of a cause on YouTube. Dad Challenge Podcast and Radiant Brit are making money off the cause of exploited children, off bringing awareness to exploited children. True crime channels are monetizing victims and families and children. They are making money off of this cause and bringing awareness. So what I'm trying to tell you guys is you can't say that family vloggers are exploiting their children and then be okay with the people who are calling out the family vloggers, with the true crime channels. Because if we're going by the logic of exploited kids, all these people are exploiting children. Dad Challenge Podcast is exploiting Piper and Danielle Cohn. On his channel, he's making money off doing videos on them, and he's not donating it, okay? For someone to say that if you have a cause, you can't make money off it, you have to donate all the money. Do they donate the money? Do they donate the money to an organization for exploited kids? Do some of these true crime channels donate money? No, and there are ones out there that do, and there are a lot of true crime channels that get it right, okay? I understand that, and I'm not saying that every true crime channel is like that. But, like, look at Laura from Life Perplexed, has a Summerwell's candle. She's selling with her face on it and not donating the money. She's gonna donate like $10 or something. There's bigger issues of exploited children on the internet. In my opinion, what happened with Sophie Long and what Annie 10 to Life did with this case is way worse than family vloggers. And Dad Challenge Podcast supports her and supports that. Like I said, him and the Glare and Annie did a live stream promoting the GoFundMe of Micheal Long. He has used that money to kidnap his child. They spread lies. They dragged the mother through the mud. Dragged her character, spread false narratives about her, said all this crazy stuff, that she was letting her child be assaulted and sexually abused, that she was on drugs, that she was arrested, that she was harming her child, abusive. All of these lies they pushed, and now they just want to sweep it under the rug. If Dad Challenge Podcast is against exploited children, why is he supporting Annie from 10 to Life, who literally built her freaking channel pretty much on the Sophie Long case? I'm telling you guys, she did like 50 freaking videos and live streams. And now she's just going to sit there and just retract it like nothing. Like she's retracting a commentary or drama video. No, you're retracting statements that you pushed as facts to your audience. You pushed them as facts. And you didn't have any evidence. Why would you say that somebody was arrested if you didn't see the arrest report? How are you going to retract a statement of someone being arrested? How are you going to say that a mother was allowing her daughter to be assaulted and abused and R-worded? She pushed that narrative because of Micheal Long and allowed him to use her platform to push this narrative, manipulate people, gather all this money up, and take off with Sophie. Now we don't know where she is. Nobody's heard from her. She could be in serious danger. It's very serious, and it's disgusting to me to get on camera and not acknowledge that and be extremely remorseful, extremely sad, and extremely sorrowful for the damage that you caused, for the damage that Annie 10 to Life caused, pushing this on her audience, to just get on camera and say, oh, yep, I retract this, this, and this. I'm very sorry to Kelly and her boyfriend, blah, blah, let's move on. That's not a sorrowful, remorseful apology of the damage you have done to a little girl. You pretty much funded, helped get the money for Micheal to take off with his child. And you're just going to ignore that? Do you know how many people don't even know they did this live stream? Because they just swept it under the rug. Dad Challenge Podcast is supporting people like this who are doing these things. But he's against exploited children. Tell me, you guys, what do you think about this? I really want to know. Do you think that true crime channels who are making their careers and their money off the backs of missing children, off victims, child victims, off these families and monetizing it and making bank? She has sponsorships under these videos she did. Sponsorships. And it doesn't look like she's donating a penny. If she did, and if she comes back and says, yes, I donated this money here, well, then that's great. I will retract that statement. But as far as I know, she only promoted a GoFundMe of a man who just kidnapped his own child and put her in danger. And she's just going to sweep it under the rug and move on. I'm sorry, to me, her channel is no longer credible. She pushed all this stuff without hard, solid evidence. I can't take what she says seriously at this point anymore. And I understand a lot of people believed Micheal, and I understand that a lot of people make videos, right? But this is who we're talking about today. And I understand that a lot of people believed that Kelly was this horrible trash mother. But guess what? It's one thing to believe something. It's another to get on your platform doing serious true crime videos and promoting and spreading these lies and false narratives without solid, hardcore evidence. Because if she had solid proof, like you should have before getting on your platform, she would not be retracting all of these statements and saying she now can't vouch for them being true. Waited all these months and just ignore it. But she has got so many DMs and requests to talk about this. She must have felt like she had to. And then she's going to try to make it seem like some lawyer wouldn't let her talk about it. I'm sorry, I don't believe that. And that's just my opinion. I don't believe it. Please let me know what you think down below. Do you think the problem of family vlogging is the same as the issue with missing children being exploited or victims?
Hey, Doohickey. I do know who you're talking about in the morning jog. It was Memphis. What was in Memphis, Tennessee? I actually have her autopsy. I can't. Hold on. I know exactly who you're talking about. Um, Eliza Fletcher. That was it. Yeah. Eliza Fletcher. Because that case broke my heart. Is that who you're talking about? Dude, I'm sorry I didn't go live about all this yesterday. I got so busy and shit. Okay, and I know I even hate to play this motherfucker, but it's another interview that Micheal Long done on YouTube and his YouTube tours. I love you, Doohickey. You're so nice to me. I love you. Oh yeah, Annie Elise was I think she was something about, I believe a defamation case was coming about in that. Yeah, definitely a lawyer for sure. That's how because when Annie started, she had probably 10,000 subs and she got over 100,000 off of Sophie. And now look at Annie. She's not trustable. She don't vet nothing. Look at her. No, fuck that bitch. She really hurt Sophie. And she pretty much helped Sophie get kidnapped, you know? Okay, this is fucking swill. I even hate to play this, but I just want y'all to see these fucking lives that this piece of shit done. Ugh. Y'all know who Swill is, right? She might have got sued. No, you know, because she ain't gonna come out here and say, "Hey, I got sued." You know what I mean? It's good to see you over here, Ro. I'm glad you finally seen people for who they are too, and I appreciate you reaching out to me. And you're welcome here anytime. Okay, I hate to play this. I think she did too, Kimmy Kins. Okay, this is a live interview with Micheal Long. Oh, I hate to play this motherfucker. Because he was a big part in this too. And he's a piece of shit. Her looks is the only thing that gets her what she's got. I guarantee it. Because she is a pretty woman. She is. I think she's beautiful. Here's the link to this next bastard. I'm playing. I shouldn't call him next. I'm using his shit. But he was a big part of this. Motherfucker. Here's the link. And we're going to get on with it.
And yeah, so I'm gonna have him come up here because what we're going to do
Evil, how are you?
is, and it's not going to be too long of one because he does have the interview with Nick Rekieta, Rekieta Law Channel, coming up at midnight Eastern, so in an hour and a half. So we're just going to cut through all the formalities and just get right to it. I'm going to have some questions that I'm going to ask him. But guys, I really appreciate you joining, and let's bring on Michael. What's going on, my man?
See, don't this remind you all of Seth just doing all these YouTube
Can you hear?
tours?
Oh, I think you're muted. You got to unmute your mic. There you go. Yes.
Perfect.
I really appreciate you joining me, man, especially in such short notice.
Of course. I'm glad we could chat. And
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Where do you want to go from here, man?
Well, I mean, I don't, like I was telling the chat earlier, just now, I don't want to spill too much into or spill it all into Nick's live coming up that you're going to be on, because I know he's going to cover some really important issues on the legal aspect of your situation. So I just definitely want to, I'm just going to get pretty much right to it, start asking you some questions, if that's okay.
Sure, man.
All right. So let's just start with the court hearing tomorrow. So is that still happening?
So not for, well, kind of, it's a complicated question. So let me back up and explain what that court hearing tomorrow was originally going to be about, and then I'll catch you up to where things stand right now. That hearing that was going to be for tomorrow, they were trying to do a motion for enforcement of court orders. And there was, they listed out like violations saying, help child and secreting the child. Like they were tacking on about, I think the penalty over it that they were requesting was something like 2 consecutive 180-day jail terms plus 18 months in the county jail, plus fines and all this other stuff. So all this had been requested, and they had just moved forward to put it on the calendar, but fortunately they didn't follow process and actually serve me, which is part of what you have to do when somebody's going to go to court for something like this. And also because they're trying to bring.
Okay, and if I remember correctly, he was on the run here, Michael was. This was after he got busted, and the court ordered him to return Sophie, and they went there, and Michael was gone with Sophie.
Me up on charges that are over a certain amount, I have the right to a jury trial. And so I submitted yesterday, I think, a demand for a jury trial. And so now they're not going to have the hearings on the motions to enforce stuff, and they were trying to pull together a meeting to discuss scheduling these things for the future, and also to consider the jury trial. Hold on.
Exactly, Evil. Exactly.
No, yeah, please.
So they were trying to pull together some sort of meeting to discuss times that could be scheduled for these other motions, because they said, well, we're not going to hear the Jacob Ellington injunction removal request thing that Kelly put in, and also that to consider the jury trial, to consider the court-appointed attorney. And so I finally answered back, and I was like, well, it seems kind of strange that, well, A, we never do scheduling over in a courtroom. Really, that's not a standard practice. We do it over the electronic email stuff. B, how the heck are we going to schedule anything tomorrow if I don't have a court-appointed attorney for the jury trial that we're trying to schedule? Like, this doesn't make any sense. And so I'm asking them to do the court-appointed attorney first, because I want a jury trial if they're going to bring me up on these things.
Well, sure. I mean, I didn't even think about that. But so what you're saying is, just to be clear for everybody in the chat, what you're saying is now they're not going to have the hearing regarding the jail time request?
It doesn't seem that way, man, but there's so many things that have been weird in this process that don't make any sense that I can't tell you for sure what they're going to do tomorrow.
All right. And a lot of people just want the answer. I'm just going to go ahead and ask, are you planning on showing up with Sophie?
Well, there's really not a need to show up for a hearing tomorrow if there's not going to be any hearings taking place about the enforcement promotions. And,
okay.
And like you need to understand the background here. This is a civil matter until it's a criminal matter. And in this situation, when they reach these unlawful, illegal, unconstitutional orders that they tried to lay down on the 7th, the only next step is to file an appeal. And so the appeal process, which I know that the mandamus ended up getting out, started going over some of this stuff, which is good. Good. I'm glad they did. It gets submitted into the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, and within less than 2 hours, it had already been denied. So we're like, well, what? I mean, this is 450 some odd pages of mandamus. It's just boom, denied.
Well, we spoke. We spoke last night, very, very candidly. We had a very productive conversation, and you shared a lot of documents with me. And Nick Rekieta has been covering your case too, so he's been showing a lot of inconsistencies, a lot of things going on in the court that probably shouldn't be going on. Right. So I'm with you on the fact that things are being mishandled. You're not being treated fairly necessarily, but my issue, and I think a lot of people listening right now, is are you still ordered to produce Sophie tomorrow to this hearing?
No, not if they're not going to enforce the motions. I mean, it kind of takes it off the table for the time being, which is what needs to happen. I mean, look, man, if they're going to bring me up on charges, give me a jury trial. Fine.
Fair enough. No, I agree with you.
Let's
I agree
hear
with you.
this. Let's understand exactly why I'm making the decisions I'm making. Because for me, the priority above anything else, and I've said this in court, like it's God, it's family, and then it's pretty much everything else. Like that's kind of the way it works in my life. And quite frankly, like the will of the court versus the will of my child in terms of her safety and her well-being will always take precedence and priority for me. And some people overlook this and forget this in these situations, but there is such thing as child negligence. And child negligence isn't just having your child in a bad situation, but it's letting your child go into a situation that may cause them harm knowingly.
But wouldn't you agree that if you end up with a warrant issued for your arrest and law enforcement doesn't care about the situation of they don't care about the details of your situation, their job is just to execute this warrant and recover Sophie. So, I mean, wouldn't you agree that that would put her in danger?
I wouldn't get to a danger place, man. The last thing I want is for her to be in harm's way, and I think you should know that. Like, but letting her
I'm just
go back
asking
into
because
a
this is what's
situation,
on everyone's mind. So
sure,
I'm just
letting her go back to a situation. Right? Look at this objectively. Okay, you're a father. Your child has made a number of outcries, and not only yourself, but mandated reporters. You have the documentation. Here it all is. And now they're demanding that your child go into the care of the family of one of the alleged perpetrators. Like this isn't okay. It's not okay to force her to go and reunite with somebody that she's not ready to do that with.
Right.
And I said this on the interview yesterday, but I'll say it again today. Like there's nothing that anybody can do that's going to convince me that I coached my daughter, that I alienated my daughter. You can't convince me of that. And being as that's the case, my stance won't change with it. It won't change because I know what Sophie has shared. I know what she's gone through. And I'm not going to send her off into a situation where I don't even know she'll make it to North Carolina. I don't know if she's going to be safe and well. And cutting me off from her life, dude, the way that things have gone down in court are so bad on so many levels that it's not only disgusting to me, it's highly disappointing. It's disappointing because in this country, we deserve to have fair processes in the courtroom. And when everything's sealed off and closed off from the public, nobody can observe it. Suddenly what happens is that people in the background do as they will. And in this case, you now have people that are in charge. Okay, you got an amicus attorney, you got a guardian ad litem, and you have a judge who all have backgrounds in criminal. They don't have backgrounds in family law. And so I'm walking into a situation trying to play a game of chess, but nobody knows the damn rules.
Well, it's interesting because there's a lot of before I ask my next question, I want to comment on that because I listened. You sent me a lot of documents. You also sent me a recorded phone call between you and I don't remember her name. I believe she was the guardian ad litem assigned at the time.
Are you talking about that old call during the gag order?
Yeah, I believe it took place on the 30th of August last year, something like that. Okay, so she flat out admits on there that there's bias.
Absolutely, she admits that they're all friends.
Right, she admits that she's friends with the judge.
Made it. So like her husband went to school with that attorney, and they're all friends, and that's just the way it is. And look,
so your best shot here is to get 12 regular people to listen to this evidence and make a decision here, because right now your situation isn't being judged by the people. Your situation is being judged by people who are court officers that all know each other and hang out with each other.
Well, in this case, it's even gotten stranger. There's a whole other layer of oddness now that's been layered on top of what was happening back then, and that the people who have been appointed come from Dallas County. They all have criminal defense backgrounds, like they're not experienced in family law. And now
that's another thing. How would they? How can they appoint and push for it? But how can they appoint an amicus attorney and a guardian ad litem who absolutely has no experience with family law or dealing with kids?
Thank you.
Professionally. So why is this happening?
Okay, so I can tell you what happened. Why it's all happened is something that we're still trying to figure out. But back when, originally Cynthia Wheelis was on the case, suddenly got sent over to Judge Lori Hockett, who had it for a couple hearings, and then suddenly got transferred back to Judge Cynthia Wheelis. About this time, Rachel Lee was involved. There was an attempt to take Sophie away again, which got documented. I think that went public too. And then there was a TRO, like an emergency TRO that was submitted, that in closed conference on like a Friday, they decided to approve it, which essentially removed all my rights. And this is last year. Come Sunday evening, I get paperwork that there will be a hearing on Monday morning. That's the one you heard the recording from, on the gag order, right? And man, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. I have a stand-in attorney at this point. They're strong-arming me into agreeing to a gag order that somehow this is going to solve the situation. I didn't agree to it. And by that evening, it had leaked out of the court, even though I wasn't on the call, of Judge Cynthia Wheelis making this ruling, pretty much telling the internet to take down anything related to the kids. That went crazy. And at that point, I was like, you know what, this isn't right. This isn't fair. And as you saw in some of those documents that I shared from even before that time period on the 18th as to why. So it goes public. Things are crazy. And I think looking back now, that was a very crazy time period. Judge Cynthia Wheelis unseals the case and leaves, recuses herself on like the 7th of September, sometime between the 7th and the 8th. Her husband, Judge Ray Wheelis, suddenly takes charge of it. And who's appointed by the governor. Who's appointed by the
Oh, and there's just so much to this. I don't even, but there was the first judge. I don't know if it was this Willis or not, I can't remember, but one of them, resigned because he was getting death threats and shit. This stuff was crazy. Evil Alaska, I don't know, but this is Seth Rogers' Seth Rogers knows where Sebastian is, and you can't change my mind.
Governor of Texas to oversee the first presiding, was the first administrative region of Texas, which is like 6, 7, big counties, important counties in Texas, all the criminal, civil, family law, and juvenile courts in all those counties. So Judge Ray Wheelis takes charge of it. He appoints Judge Michael Snipes, who's on this list of judges that can be appointed to cases. But Judge Michael Snipes, who has a very decorated background as a judge, I mean, seriously, he has an amazing background as a judge, but he's appointed on our family law case out of nowhere. But he doesn't have the qualifications for it. Now, I didn't understand all this stuff back then as I do now, because I've had to be like face deep in legal books and trying to understand the way that things work in these settings. But in short order, he gets appointed about, I think, a week after, on the 9th of September. He gives me custody of all the kids on a temporary order basis. On the 14th or 16th of that month is when those screenshots of Judge Ray Wheelis, this very high-level judge in the state of Texas, the screenshots came out of him on Facebook with the opposition group sharing Sophie's medical records.
Me too, bag of hammers. He
expressing his
knows.
willingness to help understand the case and the fact that he's married to the judge that was on the case, Cynthia Wheelis. All this stuff is documented. And then
how's that not a conflict of interest?
Dude, that is so beyond a conflict of interest that it's shameful, man. It is. I don't even quite have good words for you, bro. I am so disgusted by the fact that a judge at his level, who has taken his oath, who lives under the Code of Judicial Conduct and the canons that are contained therein, would conduct himself in this manner. And
all right, I'm sorry.
That's just so beyond. Anyways, so let me just tell you what.
No, go ahead real quick. But I do want to keep this moving because I have more questions to ask. But
I know, so well, you asked how they got appointed. So all of a sudden, Judge Snipes is on the case, and Judge Snipes decides to appoint in the case John Helms, who is a criminal defense attorney, and his ex-law partner out of Dallas County, and Stephanie Cole Martin, who is a defense attorney out of Dallas County, who used to work for the district attorney's office. Well, they weren't even on the guardian ad litem list or the amicus list like the procedures are supposed to go. You're supposed to take random top of the list. Those are the people that come in. And in the cases where you appoint outside people to it, it has to come with approval of the councils involved and all that. Well, that didn't happen. It happened sua sponte. They were put on the case. It was kind of a big mystery. And fast forward over time, it's really, it's turned out, it's just become a shit show, man. Like either there's gross negligence going on in the courtroom, or there's purposeful misconduct. One of the two. It's one of the two extremes.
Well, I mean, I don't want to keep harping on this, but so has the court actually agreed and confirmed that the enforcement hearing is postponed tomorrow, or did you just file a motion for it and you're waiting for the results?
The latest communication I have is taking those off the agenda, and they wanted to move it to just talk about hearing time scheduling and the jury trial scheduling and the appointment of an attorney for me. But the fact of the matter is that none of the other stuff can happen until the appointment of the attorney happens. And so there's communication going back and forth on it.
Okay, so basically, yeah. So basically, it just boils down to there's no reason to show up to this hearing because it's not going to cover the stuff that is supposed to cover originally. And now, but you are saying that if for whatever reason, you're assuring everybody here that cares about Sophie that for whatever reason, if they do somehow hold you in contempt, you're going to turn yourself in, correct?
Well, that's a complex loaded question, Will. There's always other legal actions that are taken in these cases. If they were to step so far as to attempt to do that may be a question of the appeals court. But again, it's a bridge that I'll have to cross that point. What I can tell you for sure is that I will absolutely do nothing to put her in harm's way. I will always ensure that she's safe, and she's going to continue to be a priority.
I get that, but what I'm saying is, like, the thing is, though, is, I mean, and this is just me talking because I'm trying to cover everybody's thoughts here. All right, it's not necessarily my personal opinion, but what about your psych eval? Right. So your psych eval, according to the court, you failed your psych eval. You're considered a danger to Sophie. So couldn't it be argued that you wouldn't really know the difference between what's dangerous for her and what isn't? Does that make sense?
Let me clarify a couple things, because some of what your input is from what you just said didn't come from the courts. It actually came from people involved online who have things to say. You can't fail a psych eval. Okay, that's not something that happens.
Fair enough. Those are Courtney's words. I'll give you that.
I know. That's what I want to clarify. I didn't fail a psych eval, and I have passed multiple psych evals in the past. In this situation, I went into the psych eval in January. Okay?
They pretty much diagnosed him with narcissistic personality disorder.
To June, when we were in the midst of the recusals and disqualification pleadings that were going on, all of a sudden the psychologist decides that now's the time I'm going to drop the results. And in his results, he decides to conclude that I'm somehow a danger to the children. Now I want you to put this in context, right? Use your eyes, use your ears, right?
You've been watching.
Okay. So how is it? Here's the question: how is it?
I know, child, terrified.
This type of thing. How is it that I get evaluated in January, and it's not till June that he decides that I'm a danger to the children? Hey, I call bullshit on that. And the second part of it is, wouldn't he have a professional obligation to say something if that was actually his conclusion? Yes, he would. It's too convenient. The timing is too convenient. And I know some context about the particular psychologist that was involved with this case. There's clear bias in the evaluation. And actually, he didn't even have the professional ability to draw the conclusions that he drew. So we are dealing with that right now. It's another aspect of stuff that's going on in this case, man. But I feel pretty calm. I mean, all things considered.
Well, I've only ever seen you calm. But the fact is, I mean, I saw the court order that they said that the court decided that you are considered a physical and emotional mental danger to Sophie. Yeah. So I mean, that's there. You know what I'm saying? So the issue with that is if the court looks at it that way, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It absolutely does matter, Will. Like, I know that there's somehow this belief that if a court says something, it must be true, but that's not the way it always
Y'all,
works.
let's quit
And I think
talking
most
about
parents who have gone
Ernie.
through
This
any
ain't
sort of
about
custody
Ernie,
challenges in a family
please.
court
Thank
setting
you.
can absolutely attest to the fact that it doesn't always work that way. In this situation, the evidence that was used to substantiate any form of coaching was a series of text messages that are connected to the mandamus that anybody can now review. Okay? They'll clearly see there was not coaching. The alienation claim came from a psychologist who was the therapist for Sophie, who she saw 6 times, and he didn't actually conclude that there was alienation going on. He said
The reason why I say that it doesn't matter, Michael, is because the court's already made their ruling. You see what I'm saying? So they're going to act based on the ruling, would they not? I mean, they're not going to. They're not going to.
And there are rules that were violated.
Law enforcement's not going to listen to you say, "Oh, it's unfair."
No,
it's not fair.
You're right.
You know what I'm saying?
You're right in this respect that law enforcement, but that's not their job. Their job is to enforce.
Their job is to put you in handcuffs and stick you in the back of a car.
Sure,
that's their job.
But there is legal recourse available should you run into situations like this in a courtroom. And that's why perhaps this is important that we're talking about, because not everything that happens in a court of law is up and up. And especially when you're dealing with courtrooms that are all sealed, closed cases, right? This is where you run into some problems. The judiciary in this country was never designed to be done private and secret. In fact, there's a.
I don't believe that he essayed her at all. I really don't. I don't believe that
closed
at
courts
all.
led to kind of bad things happening, and now we have a family court system in this country that predominantly, man, all happens in private. This is going on in England right now. All their family courts are sealed off, and this leads to a lot of problems. And in this situation, it's pushed me right back into a corner where I'm like, no, you're not going to just come in here and make up lies in a courtroom, present false evidence, and draw conclusions about me that I know are false. Okay, I only did this to protect my daughter. That was the whole point of it in the first place, and my sons for that matter, who quite frankly have not been protected by the court, so I don't trust their judgment anyways. And it's leading me to a situation where they want to turn, or have me turn my daughter over to a non-party to the suit, a person that hasn't even presented themselves into the jurisdiction of the court, illegal, right? With people who aren't qualified to oversee this case, with people acting in roles that they shouldn't be. Like, there's a lot of problems here going on in the background. This is not just some rogue person ran off with their child. And it wasn't that I had to run off anyway. We were
right. I mean, we're all, those of us with brains already know, because we've already gone over it here. Nick's gone over it on his channel. There's no warrant issued for your arrest yet. And Sophie is in the missing persons database currently, but that's, I have an idea. Because I don't find it to be coincidence that I went live calling somebody out on their BS. And I could just say bullshit. Like, again, this one's not monetized. So, but I went live calling out another creator just on their bullshit. And then magically, there's a missing person. She's in the missing persons database.
Yeah, and this is kind of, so you bring up an important point, man. Before this ever turned into now there's a missing persons report, what was going on is that there was this, poster thing circulating on the internet talking about her being missing and putting pictures of like my dad and all this stuff.
Dude, we talk about missing kids on this channel all the time. This nothing fits. Nothing fits. No, it's a PR thing. It's totally a PR thing.
It put us into a bad situation, and that now suddenly I'm looked at it like somebody who's gone rogue with their child. Some superhero out there wants to save the day. Like this, you talk about putting a child in harm's way. That was an irresponsible thing to do.
I totally agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. And I was saying that this entire time that puts Sophie in danger. Because
thing to consider, man. Like who are the parties? Okay, here. Okay, so here's me. Give me some facts about when, where, and how I put my children in danger. When? Prove it. I have not. There are no facts that correlate that. Now, I can give you facts that correlate.
But there is a court's ruling, though. But what works in your favor, Michael, what works in your favor is channels like Nick, like Retraction Law, going over the inconsistencies that are taking place in that court. So that says something about their credibility. Otherwise, I mean, because my custody case, everything worked out great. I have no complaints about that. But in your case, there's so many different things that are considered to be unethical. They are considered to be biased. They are considered to be conflicts of interest. And so the reason why I don't go over that stuff is because I'm not qualified to. But the fact is that's one thing that you have working for you in the sense in the court of public opinion anyway, is there's just this case is supposedly just being handled all wrong by everybody.
Okay, so let me give you an example. Okay, and you're familiar with the document of this.
But I agree with you. I think your best chance is a jury trial. I think that's your best chance for sure.
Okay. Hold on one second, man. Hold on.
He might have groomed her. Yes,
right,
that is.
No, you're good.
That's crossed my mind.
So anyways, there's really some foundational issues that have gone on in this situation. They're being addressed. Like there's a lot more going on in the background. But dude, I can't disclose all strategy up in front. Like some of this has to take place, and sometimes one side does something, so the other side has to do something. But it's just been a bombardment of emotions, and a lot of this all started kind of the new conflict, you could say. A lot of this came about after the accident in February. when Kelly had violated the court order by bringing the boys over to Jake's house to ride go-karts on February 20th. And while Lucas and Jake were riding a go-kart, the go-kart flips, Lucas's hand breaks in 3 spots.
I'm glad you brought that up. Do you think that actually happened that way? Or do you suspect something else happened
that way?
Okay.
That's the way that Kelly reported it to me. That's the way that the amicus and ad litem reported it to me, although they said they were going to take action on it because it was a clear violation of the order from December. I have it recorded from both of them, okay, saying that action would be taken. And this is something that's really bothersome to me. We had a clear agreement. If they had any contact with them, the boys would be back with me immediately. There wasn't even a need to go through a serving process. It was on a presumption that would be in their best interest at that point. What happens? Nothing.
Okay, well, that actually that brings me to my next question, actually. So, so are you currently under a gag order by the court? And if you are, why risk speaking out now?
Yeah, so the gag order has obviously been broken on the other side with a PR firm that's been doing a national media campaign for some time. So if no party on the other side is going to be held accountable to a gag order, and I find the gag order to be completely unconstitutional in the first place. So look, man, is what it is. If they want to hold me to something of it, they're going to have to hold themselves to it too.
Fair enough. So that's, yeah. So your answer to why breaking the gag order is fuck them. I get it. Okay.
Bro, there's no other choice. You push me into a corner. You're going to go smear me nationally, making these claims on major media. Like, I'm going to say my side of the story then. That's the way that this shit works.
And you just said that you don't, because I was going to ask you if you knew who filed the missing persons report. Do you have any suspicion as to who filed it?
Okay.
I do. But
I mean,
hold on, Evil. Let me see.
At this point. I don't know who filed it. They obviously had insight into places I've lived in the past, and this kind of stuff. So, I mean, yeah, is it somebody that knows me? Probably. But then again, it's probably
2 years ago.
All right. So technically, do you still have custody of Sophie, or was that revoked from the hearing on the 7th?
Sophie's in my custody. How's that?
I mean, she's physically in your custody. Is she legally in your custody is the question.
Well, is it legal?
No, he's on the run with her right now.
So who has actual custody of her? Can you file a motion for enforcement on an order to have a child returned to you when you don't have custody of them anymore? Boy, that's strange. So if the person that has custody of her is Daniel Hamlin, I think Daniel Hamlin should be filing a motion for enforcement of custody of Sophie.
And I feel like if the court honestly believed that Sophie was missing, there would be a warrant out for your arrest. I mean, if you were her abductor, as the missing persons poster says, well, then why is there not a warrant for your arrest currently? You see what I'm saying?
Well, like, please, like, take into consideration, like, it would be impossible for the people involved in this court situation not to know that they've made decisions and done things that are inappropriate and even unlawful. Okay, so pushing this agenda forward of what they want to enforce in that order that went out, like, there's a part of me that's like, do it, because then I want it to be heard by a jury. I'll just spread it out further because people will know what happened in that courtroom, and I don't know exactly what happened, like who influenced who or who's the person that's calling the shots. Because Judge Michael Snipes has a decorated background. Maybe somebody that's involved is pulling the wool over his eyes. Maybe the guardian ad litem has something to do with this, because I certainly see negligence on her part. My God, there's a forensic report, a forensic interview. I shared this with you.
I read it. I read it, and it literally made my stomach physically ill.
It should. But here's what pisses me off. She never even presented it as evidence in the court. She's more interested in going and getting text messages from a person I'm going through a divorce with that prove absolutely nothing and presenting them as evidence in the court of coaching. And anybody's welcome to go read them yourself. Okay. Instead of using a forensic interview from a nurse that's qualified to do this kind of thing, that clearly shows that my daughter had outcries that were consistent with what she had said all along. They were super fucking concerning. That documented injuries she had on her body from the interaction that happened on the 18th of August. Like,
I mean, and we
why
saw
isn't that evidence put into the file? Why does it?
There's also a diagnosis that states that she was sexually abused by a parent.
Yes.
That's the diagnosis of her discharge.
Discharge diagnosis, page number 1.
Why is this not an issue? Why is this being ignored?
How would you ever ask a father that's presented with these type of documents to just hand their child back over into the care of the parties who she alleges did this stuff?
I can't say I
ever ask someone to do that.
I mean, I can't say I disagree with you, but I also, I mean, if I'm being honest, I can't get behind you not complying with the law. Yeah, the easy thing for me is to just comply with whatever they want and then start fresh. Take this on in another direction. I mean, what I'm really hoping to hear from Nick's interview with you is hopefully maybe he has options for you that are possibilities. I don't know. But I mean, he's not licensed. He's licensed in Minnesota, I think. He's not licensed in Texas, so I don't know how much he can help you. But
man, I'm gonna follow my heart. I'm gonna follow my mind. I'm gonna make sure that I'm doing everything I can to protect her. I don't feel like she's safe going into the care of the other party. I don't. And look, if you want to take the accident as an example from February as a case of negligence that led to the injury of a child, cool. There's a fact for you. If you want to take 911 calls, CPS investigations, and everything else as fact that the children were left in very bad situations in the care of the other party, fine. Take them. Look, there's facts, there's documents, there's things you can look at. You want to take the medical records and look at what the doctor said and the nurses said? Cool. Those exist too. But when
real quick, sorry. Hey, mods. Hi, Tim Foxworth. Get him the hell out of here. I'm sick of him. Get him out of here.
Tim makes some comment. I'm going to address Tim on your direct. Tim makes some comment the other day that how does he do a psych eval if he's at some casino in Oklahoma, right? Well, Tim, I'm going to answer your question. I was sleeping in my car in a casino parking lot in Oklahoma because I was so broke after Courtney left that I didn't have money to afford a hotel. That's what happened. I
hold him responsible for this whole fucking fiasco. So yeah, get him the fuck out of here. And hold on. So are you currently in the country? Are you in Texas? Can you answer that?
I don't want to answer any questions about my location. No.
Okay. All right. Does Sophie have a passport?
No.
Okay.
But here, hold up. I want to tell you something interesting. When this all started last year, one of the things that Kelly was putting forward in motions is that I was holding back the children's passports and I wouldn't hand them over. And she felt there was a flight risk because of me, right? So I called the State Department. And I'm like, are there passports issued for my children? And they're like, no, we got no records and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, this is concerning. Fast forward to now, they in this last order, two parts of it stood out to me. One, they gave rights to Daniel Hamlin to individually go get a passport for Sophie, and rights to Kelly to go get passports for the boys individually without my approval. This is a non-standard practice. Usually both parents have to sign off when a child gets a passport. That's a very common way to do it. But this was one of the rights that was simply passed off in these orders in the court. That's super suspicious, man.
Yeah. So what is your biggest concern with allowing Sophie to be in Danielle's custody for 90 days?
Well, there's a number of issues with that. I don't know where to start. Hold on one second. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay. What are the issues? Well, legally, the issues are she's a non-party to the case. So she hadn't presented to somebody who would be taking over kind of legal custody of the child. She was in another state, not under the jurisdiction of Texas, and never presented herself to the Texas courts to be under the court order or jurisdiction of the state of Texas. 3, she's the sister of one of the alleged perpetrators in this case. I know that dynamic between the relationship that they have.
She is, and just to be clear, she's Sophie's aunt on Kelly's side. She's Kelly's sister. Okay.
Sure. I know that Kelly dominates that relationship, and they also assigned Kelly's mother, who was videoed in this, the video that was released from August, where she was pulling the legs of Sophie. I don't trust her judgment on Sophie either. The other piece of this is that the arrangement that they're trying to put her in is to live in some house in the woods.
Scout.
Her husband
Much
owns
love,
all
my
day with her,
friend.
Sophie, a man who Sophie's never met, or maybe met twice, on very short order, asking her to be comfortable with that arrangement doesn't seem right to me. It also means that she'd be forcing her into a reunification facility with Kelly to do some super intensive, reunification therapy that if you want some documentation on what they're actually doing in that facility, I think you should read up on it. It's disturbing. For all those reasons, in itself, I'm uncomfortable with it. But there's also things that happen in the background with the courts to put this in play, mainly the guardian ad litem, because she lied in December in mediation, actually saying that Sophie's therapist had recommended that she go to North Carolina to this reunification facility. This is December, all right? She gets called out in mediation about it in the sense that, the lawyers they had at the time call up the therapist, have him get on the mediation call and ask him directly, did you recommend that Sophie go out to North Carolina to live with her aunt and go through this reunification facility? And he's like, absolutely not. That was the recommendation of the guardian ad litem. Okay, this was the first time I'm like, wait a minute, no, this isn't okay. Fast forward to July and this plan, actually May, and this orchestration of the plan that she started planting seeds about back in December is exactly what they were trying to orchestrate in the hearing. Okay, not a word to me, not any discussion with me. Now, Sophie got straight A's in school last year. She's happy, she's healthy, she's active, and she's doing well. There's absolutely no reason to force her into another direction that she's not comfortable with. I don't agree with this.
And I'm sorry for interrupting you so much, but I kind of have to manage things here a little bit because this chat is a shit show. Kind of got trolls everywhere. Guys,
sure.
Courtney is watching, but she is not commenting in the chat. She just messaged me. I know it's her. I've talked with her on Facebook before. So she is not in the chat. It's a fake profile. Anybody using Courtney's name, block them, hide them. But she is watching, and she's not commenting in the chat.
Yeah.
All right.
Courtney
So
stuff has been such an unfortunate byproduct of this situation too.
Yeah. I have my opinions on that. But
look, I want to say a couple things. I know Courtney's a loving mother. I know she loves our son. And I know she gave endless amounts of love to the children over the years that she was a part of their lives. Things at the end went drastically wrong. And the way that we parted terms wasn't okay. It wasn't okay. And the week after she left, it just got worse and worse. But I dearly cared for Courtney. I love Courtney. I didn't want her to leave in the first place. Okay, but after
I saw you guys had a great relationship. I was surprised that things
He didn't
happened the way
want to
that they
leave,
did.
but he
I don't
had
know
to
who did what to who or anything.
But I'm going to clarify something, and I say this for the record. I did not cheat on Courtney. I never had a relationship with another woman.
Yes, you did.
Okay? That is fact. And for that to be spun around on the internet like it's true, that needs to stop. Okay, I was faithful to her. I wanted to be with her.
Courtney
I never wanted
had
her to go.
proof.
All right, and the kids were devastated when she departed. That was a very, very hard transition. It's been super hard not to see my son either.
Thank you,
And just
Scout.
wish that things would calm the hell down with that situation, man, because we didn't need to be enemies.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't make the situation easier for Sophie. That's for sure. No. I'm hoping. I know that she's listening. And she's definitely not helping the situation by talking to channels like Katie Joy's channel, who's just a gossip channel. She's being sued for the second time. That should tell you all you need to know. I mean, it's just it's not helping
There's so
Sophie's
much misinformation.
situation.
there's so much misinformation that is handed around. I mean, in very short order after we parted ways, I mean, she's writing me saying that she's getting reports from people that I'm in casinos with hookers and other places. I'm like, no, this never happened. What are you talking about?
Do you have money for hookers in casinos right now?
I do not. I do not.
Okay, just checking. That was actually one of my questions.
Like to gamble, dude.
I was just curious as to because one of my questions was what your financial situation was like. You don't have to answer that. I know it's a very personal question, but it pertains to what. Yeah. Okay. I figured as much.
But anyways, I mean, I want that to be stated. Like this has gotten so complex, but the drama that's overshadowed a lot of this other stuff, it was never about that. This is about a child who spoke up, and damn it, you know what? Courtney was there with her. She went to the hospital. She went to the doctor's visit. She was a part of seeing all the crap that was going on in this situation. And so, yes, it's been really disappointing that it had to turn into this drama show on the side when all we ever wanted was for the child to be protected.
I could speak for a lot of us because speaking for myself, but I know I'm speaking for a lot of other people that are listening right now. I know how much Courtney was a help in fighting for Sophie when all of this started, when you would be on this channel numerous times. I spoke with her privately and she shared a lot of information with me. She was definitely on the front lines in fighting for Sophie.
She's so smart. She's such a great researcher, man. The fact that
that's what I said. I said she should start a YouTube channel and do true crime. She'd kill it.
Amazing.
But the thing is because that's no longer a thing, because you and her split up, this cannot be helpful to Sophie. You know, and what it seems like is that she is doing things that are counterproductive in helping Sophie.
And this is what I'm saying. I don't know how much misinformation has been handed her way from trolls that are out there doing shit, because you know how prevalent this is. But dude, they try to state facts about things that have never happened and turn them into truth. And you know, if somebody's in an emotionally kind of delicate state, some of that stuff just, I don't know. I mean, it penetrates through you. Maybe you want to believe part of that stuff. But the relationship with Courtney over the years was a beautiful time period in my life. I have no regrets for having been together with her. And I only want her to have a happy, healthy life. And I know that she loves our child. And I know that that's something that he's really blessed to have in his life. A mom that loves him as much as she does. And I want her to do well. I want her to be happy. Like, that's all I could ever wish for her.
All right.
But this isn't the topic. So back to the case and stuff, man. Like, look, there are some injustices that have happened in this process. There are reasons that things have come to a head the way that they have. And the fact of the matter is, there's a lot of other parents going through these situations, not only in Collin County, but all around the country. They have to be dealt with in this case just as much as in any other. But it just so happens that this case made it very public. Right?
Have you had any contact with Kelly?
Personally, no.
Okay.
Last time she contacted me, I think, was to tell me that there was an accident, I believe, with the boys. I think that was the last time she actually.
Okay, with the go-karts, right?
Yeah.
So what about the text messages where you advise Sophie not to trust the amicus when she comes to the property? Can you explain that?
Is this so Courtney's writing you, I think, about something she testified to, that when there was a hearing, a TRO hearing in December, that I had taken Courtney's phone and written this out to Sophie, and Courtney's phone had sent her a message in all capital letters, all that. I don't recall doing this on her phone. She made this statement in court. If I recall doing it, I would tell you. But either way, like, it's not in my recollection that this occurred. Now, that's how she remembers it. I remember it differently. I remember being on the hearing. I remember we had good reason to have a TRO hearing prior to the negotiations that took place. And it felt kind of unfair in that hearing that the guardian ad litem, instead of listening to the recordings of what Lucas had shared, simply went over to him and asked him, like, had he seen Jake? And he admitted, I haven't seen him. Just that it was at a custody exchange, instead of having, instead of substantiating the fact that the child described the bedroom, he described the go-karts, he described what they were doing there, and the fact he spent time there, they just didn't even pay attention to it. Okay. Podcast. What is the plan in the end here?
Yeah.
I mean, I think
now, you know, Josh has gone to bat for you a lot, man. I think he deserves an answer,
man.
You know?
Absolutely. Okay, so dude, there's so many balls in the air, it's hard to say what direction this goes in from here. But
are you prepared to go to jail?
I'll go to jail. Absolutely, I'll go to jail.
And you did.
And it didn't come from me. Because a lot of this circles around Sophie and her mom, and this kind of forcing her to go back into the care of versus giving her the time to go through counseling and move into a better place. But man, I think Sophie had the best suggestion of anybody that I've come across. And that was, look, I just want my mom to get healthy. I want her to go through counseling for a while. And I want to know that she's happy and healthy and that she's not going to put me in unsafe situations. Like I said, that's all she wants. Okay. This isn't about like a hate situation at this point. This isn't about, I don't believe that children should grow up without their mothers in their lives. Mothers are great. They should be a part of their lives, but it's also important that Kelly's making good decisions for the kids. Okay, and if having Jake Bellington in her life, somebody who has consistently been in domestic violence situations with her, somebody who now one of our children has alleged did other things to her, like, God, make some good choices here. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the whole PR firm thing is it's mind blowing to me. That's even people are focused on what the PR firm is doing, but they're not focused on, they're not using their eyes. They're not focused on why the hell does she even have a PR firm in a custody fight? That makes no sense. That why is she so concerned about?
I don't know, Doohickey, if he will or not, but I'm sure he will.
For you, but I can say it's been quite a weird experience to have these national campaigns launched, and and hell, Courtney experienced this early on. They started publishing saying the GoFundMe was a fraud. They were planting the seeds to push forward the agenda of alienation and coaching back then. Like this was going on for a whole year. So, and granted, and I want you to keep in mind, that stuff went public after that forensic interview took place, right? So, I mean, as you can see, it's been incredibly frustrating for us going through the process, because we're like, wait a minute, how can
Evil,
you say
I
all this
don't
stuff? I
know.
know this is a smear campaign. I
Now,
know it's a
Because
smear campaign.
I guess
real
it's
quick, I want to
easier
say
for
something
people to
because,
believe
dude,
that a
I
girl
do
could
not
be
care about giving my
essayed by
opinion
their
on it, and I
parents,
will.
you know?
People are saying Jake is innocent. Now that remains to be seen. A thorough investigation has to take place as far as Sophie's claim goes. But my personal opinion of the dude, based on the things that I've seen, is he a child molester? I don't know. Is he a piece
I
of
wasn't
shit?
there.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
I'll
and
say
there's
he's a
some
piece of shit.
document of that.
I don't care. I
So,
mean, there's plenty of
you seem to think I
documentation
am,
to show that he's a piece of shit. So I don't give a
yes,
fuck.
I can't sit here and preach about there not being a fair judicial process without saying that, yes, in this case, there should be fair judicial proceedings regarding these allegations and what happened. But what I'm saying was there wasn't a proper investigation done. We've established that the police department was interfering with the criminal investigation. God knows whatever happened with the SANE exam. Okay. Like there's just so many problems in the way that this was handled by the police and courts that I wanted addressed because this really hurt everything too. When the police department's like, oh, it's an inactive investigation. It's like, dude, you don't even have the SANE exam back yet. And has anybody addressed why you have a sergeant of your criminal investigation division calling up after hours to influence officers in another city about them doing an exam?
Why isn't that? Yeah, I mean, I streamed that live where you were on with your attorneys, with Courtney, and you played that recording, and then I played that recording from that live myself and talked about it. And I think Josh did
a transcript of it. I mean, it was
yeah, he made a transcript of it. That's
why
is nobody talking about how absolutely inappropriate that was?
It was
and not only inappropriate, so suspicious, so suspicious.
I mean, dude, and there were other details of what happened around that situation that not many people know, right? Because it just wasn't something that was talked about at the time. But this happened a half an hour after the officers left the hospital. They called on a cell phone. God, Seguin PD recorded it because actually Seguin PD has been pretty awesome, and they did their jobs, man. More than anything, they did their jobs. They recorded this call that comes in. The sergeant of the criminal investigation spends about, 10, 12, or 11 minutes on a rant about how awful I am, about how I've subjected my daughter to all these different exams and stuff. He didn't know what the hell he's talking about. That was the first SANE exam that was ever ordered, like a physical.
Yeah, he said that you had nine of them done.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
And that in itself was abuse.
What law enforcement department would have approved 9 SANE exams on a child?
Yeah, so I mean, that's what I keep saying. Question. Yeah, that's what I keep saying.
Furthermore, and this is a very, very important detail that I want investigated. That guy knew. He knew about an outcry that she made that she had only made in that hospital that night. And he knew it. I know he knew it because he expressed it to those officers and he downplayed it on purpose. Okay.
He had at least
something is
that
going
I
on in
know
the background here. Somebody communicated with him before he spoke to them, okay, about the situation. And I'll never change my mind on it because we never heard her say those same things before. Ever. It never came up until the night of the hospital when Courtney brought her in. There's something fishy going on, man, and I want it investigated. We don't live in a country that we should put up with this type of stuff in our system. Police officers take oaths. People who are part of the judicial take oaths. Lawyers take oaths. They got to live by them. If they don't, then things break down.
What is your rationale for trying to intercept evidence being being collected? You know what I'm saying? You're a police officer.
That doesn't. SANE exam sit in the police department for over 2 months.
Right.
Their chain of custody.
And whatever happened to that SANE exam, by the way?
I don't know, actually. I don't know.
We still don't know.
I don't know personally. I have no idea what happened to it.
And we heard.
What I do know is that they were announcing an inactive investigation before it ever got done with any process.
And the nurse, while the police officer was on the phone in the hospital, the nurse pointed out that Sophie was showing symptoms of a particular STD.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it
about the cell phone caller or in the hospital?
Well, it was the sergeant that was off duty that called the cops at the
hospital.
While he was on the phone with them, the cop is like, the nurse just walked up to me and told me that she's having green discharge.
Yeah, okay, so it wasn't that the nurse walked up to him and told him that in that moment. He was relaying that the nurse had walked up to him and told him that.
Oh, okay.
Because they were actually in their car, I think, behind the hospital after they had left the hospital when that call came in. But we have body cam footage of the entire visit to the hospital by the police.
Okay,
I know everything that happened in there.
I'd love to see that. I'd love to see that.
Well, that'll go out too, because at this point, everything needs to be evaluated.
I agree.
And I want some answers. How it is that somebody's in charge of the well-being of children in a court setting won't submit a forensic interview that clearly shows outcries of sexual abuse by a child. On what planet are we living?
Let me address the chat because some people just aren't listening. So I already asked Michael about what his plans are. If he's, as far as the court date tomorrow, he gave his answer. We'll just have to see. So he's already answered. So you don't need to keep asking the same question when he's already given his answer. Maybe you don't like his answer. That's not anybody's problem but yours, unfortunately. I'm sorry. There's nothing else we can do about that because he already gave his answer. Whether you believe it or not, that's on you. But I want to keep this moving. Nikki Venable, I believe Sophie, and I've been very, very adamant about that. I believe Sophie. And I've seen enough data to make me believe Sophie. And I don't apologize for it, and I don't take it back, and my mind has not changed. Hold on a second. Sorry. Stuff is coming to me. Sorry. I don't know what that is supposed to be. Hold on. Okay. Now, interesting. So Courtney is sending me messages, Michael.
Right.
And Courtney sent me a screenshot saying that the SANE exam was complete. Which says it's
Well,
processing and is complete.
So she left with the login information of it, and I've never gotten it from her. I tried to get it through other sources, but if it's complete, the results of which have never been reported back. We have no information on it whatsoever. And the police refused to testify in the civil case. In fact, they brought in their lawyers.
I mean, that's fair because the thing, it doesn't show results. It just says that it was complete.
So what happened? Because
right.
They took physical evidence with them. Okay, there were physical things that they brought with them to do that evaluation. They swooped in and got it 2 days later. It sat in their department for 2.5 weeks. It got transferred to Garland on the chain of custody forms. Then Garland disappeared off that chain of custody and it had been sitting in Frisco PD for over 2 months. And then it got transferred to Houston to be evaluated. And then from there, I didn't see the results. But I'd like to know what's going on. Not that I trust what the hell they're doing, because of the reasons I have, but nonetheless, like the PD doesn't step into the civil case to say anything at all, because apparently there's aspects of it that would release, the potential information that are part of a criminal investigation. So it's like, well, I don't know anything.
But can't you? I mean, since you're pro se, that's the term, right? Where you're representing yourself. Can't you subpoena these police officers and put them on the stand, question them?
No, they were subpoenaed. Yeah, they were subpoenaed. And actually, they've been subpoenaed multiple times. Even Kyle Pemberton got subpoenaed, and he doesn't know anything about the case, and he's not going to testify on it because there's information they can't disclose. They have a whole law firm that works for them that goes in there and makes it so that they submit what's called a motion to quash. And a motion to quash is essentially saying hey, there's not substantial reasons, or there's legal reasons why your subpoena isn't something we can follow through with. And this is what happened on the 20th of May when they were trying to subpoena members of the Frisco PD or records from them. I forget which one.
And I want to be clear real quick. This is the first time that I've communicated with Courtney on any level whatsoever since last year, since you guys were together and we spoke privately and discussed your case. So I just want to be clear about that. I haven't spoken to Courtney. This is the first time I've spoken to Courtney at all.
I thought you went live saying that she felt like she was at risk for her life or something like this, since it was insurance policy, all that jazz.
What now?
Wasn't there some live you did where you said that you needed to go public with it because Courtney was scared and all this other stuff?
Oh, probably. Yeah. Probably, because she did. I mean, I don't know how much truth there is to that, but when somebody says that they feel that their life is in danger, well, then you take precautions.
Police. Yeah.
Well, I mean, she should call the police. But exactly. if something is public, you know this better than anybody. If something is made public, well, then it puts a lot more attention on something and a lot less risk for something to happen to that person.
But I'll say it again. I only wanted to have a happy life. That's it. So we could go back and forth on that topic all day. But
yeah, I mean, personally, that's none of my business, man. I mean, the only feelings that I have about you and Courtney's relationship is how helpful Courtney was in helping Sophie back when you guys were together. Like, if I'm being totally honest, I don't give a fuck who you're fucking. I don't care. It's none of my business. I don't care who she's fucking. I don't care. It's none of my business.
She has some absolute amazing gifts for research. She did so much work to dig into this situation and discover what was going on. The stuff that she was able to dig out of the records online were like she found, political contributions from Rachel Lee going to Cynthia Wheelis and actual records. That's just stuff that she's brilliant at it. She's got a lot of talents, and look, she was a huge help in the process. It's sad to see that it's turned the way that it has. It never had to be that way. I hope she's okay.
I wish it wasn't like this. Like, I honestly had no desire to talk about this case again until I saw idiot channels just spreading horrible misinformation that honestly I would have ignored if I didn't feel that it could potentially put Sophie in danger that she wasn't in. So that's why I started talking about it. But as far as your relationship with Courtney, I mean, I hope you guys can come to some sort of understanding. And I mean, it's just the fact that and I know I speak for a lot of people here, but it just seems like all the adults here have gotten lost in their own arguments, and the kids became not the priority for everyone here. So
I can understand how that would have been the perception, but I can also tell you that the priority that I've had is Sophie. I've had the boys on some occasions too, but visitation with the boys stopped in April because the agreement from December only outlined visitations to go through April, and the guardian ad litem didn't take action to rectify that.
When was the last time you saw Phoenix?
I haven't seen Phoenix since Courtney left.
Okay. Have you wanted to see Phoenix?
Absolutely. I wrote her many times, despite what she said publicly. Okay. And look, the past is the past. Okay. At this point, moving forward, I hope we can come to some peaceful agreement. It's what's best for Phoenix. And look, I want her to be happy, healthy, and feel safe and all that too. She deserves it.
All right. So yeah, I mean, somebody asked where do you see your relationship? Somebody in the chat asked earlier where you see your relationship. I think it was Tom Riddle asked where you see your relationship with your kids 10 years from now.
Tom Riddle. Man, I'm trying to figure out what my life looks like in 2 weeks, let alone how the relationships look like in 2 years.
That's an understandable answer right there. I can't blame you for feeling that way.
Look, dude, I love my relationship with my kids. Like I think it's magical to have children and to get to know these old personalities as they come to life and experience the joys of being a father. And I know that I'm definitely blessed with parents who have offered me the opportunity to have a great relationship with two people who've made a world of difference in my life. And I can only hope to model that with my own children. Being the voice of reason, also being the person that offers grace and being there for them along the journey. And if I could be all that to my kids, I would be happy.
Understood.
I missed that comment you for that, but I don't know if you want me to.
No, it wasn't designed for you. It was just I wanted people to make sure that they saw it because my mods like to give disclaimers because some of the stuff we talk about can be triggering. People have their own family issues and things of that nature. So it's just kind of a disclaimer and a warning. Yeah, so I want to go ahead and start wrapping this up because I want to give you some time to touch base with Nick before you're live with him because you guys go on in less than 30. So and I'll be in chat watching that. But is there anything else that you want to address?
We need like a wheel to spin what topic to discuss. I mean, there's so much, man. I mean, but look, I want justice in this situation. And when I say justice, I want court actors to follow the law. Okay, these are children that we're talking about here. This isn't a game. Okay, you don't just hire a PR firm, smash the other parent in media, do all this shit. There's been no intention to smash anybody that's a parent figure in this situation. Okay, but reporting the facts as they happen and the allegations as they were reported, like it was a necessary evil in the situation because of the corner that I was pushed in. I wouldn't naturally want that to have been the case, but it was the case. And once it went public and the public got involved to help with it, they expect accountability. They expect to hear what's going on, and I understand that aspect of it. What I'll tell you is this: like, we are at a place. I have heard so many stories from so many families across this country about situations that are going on in the family court. And then, like, not only does the child's voice need to be a priority and something that we are hearing and listening to and doing something about when they speak up, but we also need to hold these family courts accountable. There needs to be a level of transparency implemented in these courts, and we need to figure out a way to have some sort of federal oversight so that when they get out of control, parents have a resource to go to so that they can put them back in check.
I don't disagree with you at all on that.
This has been a huge learning process. I didn't know anything about the law before I got involved with this, and now I find myself reading like legal books.
I got to tell you, it's like I was telling you last night. I'm kind of impressed because you shared with me motions that you filed, which and I was talking before how important it is to actually have an attorney in cases like this, because you could have all the evidence in the world, but if you don't know how to present it to a judge or get a motion filed, the judge is never going to even see this evidence. So the fact that
service of it, and you got to get it notarized properly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm impressed on just being somebody who was involved in that case, and by the grace of God, I ended up with an attorney, luckily. But who knows how that would have turned out if I didn't have one? So, I mean, I was looking at this stuff and going, man, I would have never been able to do this stuff.
But look, man, you bring up a point. I think.
But maybe, I mean, I was in a situation where I was protecting my child too. So, I mean, who knows what I would have been capable of, in order to do it.
The majority of divorces and custody things are going on. I mean, assuming that there's not really bad stuff going on, like, parties can do this stuff themselves. Like, it's not rocket science to be able to come to an agreement, put it on paper, and actually, just finalize that stuff. It's too bad that we get dependent on lawyers for even small conflicts, because I feel like in certain instances, those small conflicts become big conflicts because there's money to be made. And then all of a sudden, those two parties hate each other and they're using their lawyers as weapons, right? And they're spending all the money.
Lawyers are
up for college for the kids.
I hate lawyers. I do. The only lawyers I like are the ones that hate lawyers. Those are the only ones I like.
I've met some really amazing lawyers in this process.
Like, they're such bloodsuckers, and they know you need them. You know what I'm saying? Like, they know you need them, and they'll suck every dime out of you. And I mean, look at your situation. Now you ran out of money, and so you don't have a lawyer.
That wasn't a situation.
And you were doing. Let's be honest. Your case was actually, considering what you were going up against, your case was actually working in your favor for the most part for a while there, until you no longer had representation. Now it's just gone to shit.
More complex. Yeah, you're right. I would say that ideally, in a high conflict situation, you would have legal representation that can make sure that you're approaching things properly. But if the court's not going to follow the laws anyways, then it doesn't really matter, right? Because you could submit something and it could be legal, it could have reason, all this other stuff, and they don't even listen to it. But like I was trying to say before, just as a tidbit of advice to anybody going through conflict right now, like, if there's a way that you could find a way to talk to each other as opposed to using lawyers, sometimes the lawyers know that they can make a hell of a lot more money with two people pissed off at each other than they ever will with two people that are seeing eye to eye. And I just keep it in mind.
Let me ask you a question that I just thought of now, actually. What do you think your chances of winning custody over Sophie would have been had there not been allegations of SA?
So let me back up, because I think this is a misperception about the way things went down. We had never entered into this situation with some desire to enter a high conflict custody battle. That's not what this is about. We were forced to file documents in the civil court because CPS and law enforcement, I guess it was the FPS, didn't follow through on what law enforcement told us they were going to do, which was filing emergency orders on behalf of the children to have them removed and put in our care. That should have been it. That should have been done. We should have been moving forward then with the investigation, not in the civil court. It should establish things that happened or didn't happen, and then we would have gotten somewhere. But I've gotten all sorts of different advice along the way, and one of them is that even if there's a CPS investigation into your partner who has your kids and there's some concerning things, unless you step in and file it in civil court, no action will happen. And so, like, I've experienced it too. When they don't take action, then you have to. And the reason we ended up filing civilly is because we didn't want to be in violation of the court order. But once it's filed in the civil court, now you're in the civil court, it's perceived differently, and now you're having, custody evaluations, and the court order do this and that and the other, and you're at the whim of the court. And that's not what this was about. I wasn't there to determine whether or not, who has the most extracurricular activities and all this other stuff. That's not what this was about. It was about protecting a child who had had an outcry. I had a son who tested positive for drugs in the May prior. that just got swept
I
under the
saw
carpet by
that
the
report.
FPS.
Yeah, I saw that
I got
report.
a deposition from the lab. That was my son who got tested. Okay, Kelly didn't get tested for 3 months. Jake never got tested. Right? We did a zero tolerance hair follicle test, and it was cocaine. It was marijuana. It wasn't. He was exposed to it. It was in his system. I want answers. But what we got instead was a bunch of people in the system at BFPS saying, "Oh, you can't have them. You can't take them into safekeeping." No, I had to call the cops. The cops show up. It was a nightmare, man. But the fact is, the kid should have been removed. There should have been an immediate investigation as to what was going on. And then we could have come to some resolve. That's not what happened. Instead, Courtney and I got pushed into a corner over this. So we had to go do our own hair follicle test on the side. Then we did CPSs to make sure we had all of our ducks in a row. Like, it's just a mess. Like, that's not the way it's supposed to work, man.
Yeah, I understand, man. I understand. I mean, I could keep asking you questions all night, but like I said, I mean, you got 20 minutes till you're on with Nick, and I would imagine you guys are probably going to want to go over a few things before you actually go live. So I'm going to give you that chance to be able to communicate with him and prepare for that. And my mods have been dropping Recaita Law's link in the chat. So Michael will be on Recaita Law's channel following this at 12 a.m. Eastern. So guys, Michael, I want to thank you for coming on here. I mean, that was I'm going to honestly tell you, it was a show of class on your part, knowing that I've said some pretty unfavorable things about you. And that was
Yeah, this was when Michael was in hiding with Sophie. I think she's like 14 now. Because in 2020 is when this happened, and she was 9, and she turned 10 in September, so. There was this lady from TikTok named Anna that in the very beginning that was on Michael's side, I'm just gonna play a few more things because it's getting about my bedtime. But I'm gonna do a part 2 if y'all would like to tomorrow, maybe. There's a lot more. It might be boring, but it needs to be out there because this happens a lot, and I'm over Seth Rogers. Now these here were Micheal Long groupies in the beginning.
All right, everybody's asking for a clarification video. So, couple things with clarification. Thing number 1, there was an admin, maybe 2, maybe 3, that had gotten a emergency text from Michael, and he was asking for help, stating that the family was in trouble and to get the word out. That is when myself and Anna on here were contacted to get the word out. We were told that they wanted to set up a barricade at Michael's house and for people to bring guns to defend the family if need be. The thread from the admin is in my videos also, for anybody that does not believe that. Anna is not guilty. I am not guilty. And there is going to be a part 2 video now. So as soon as Anna and I put out the PSA updates for Sophie, like we were asked to per the admins and the mods, then all of a sudden everybody started raising hell in the group and everything like that. They then started putting up posts stating that there was never an emergency, deleted all the posts of them asking people for help, and then proceeded to sit there and bash myself and Anna for doing what they asked us to do. First of all, no. You can delete our comments and our messages and our proof off of your page, but you cannot delete our pages where all of your followers originated from. So let's bring up 2 little subjects that I have questions for Sophie's family on here. Part 3 is coming up. Question number 1, why put out an emergency PSA for a barricade and then delete proof that was ever asked on your page? Question number 2, why put out another false alarm that was issued on that page from Michael himself stating Sophie had black eyes and that he needed help? We needed to blow up police stations' phones. But then the next day, Sophie was in pictures with the father when they did the exchange with no black eyes. What's really going on, guys? I'm not sure. I no longer want nothing to do with it. I am out of the Sophie case altogether since they wanted to block and ban Anna and then start talking shit, I'm out. I will not have any part of it, and I suggest everybody do the same if that's how that
my intentions have been pure of heart, and I can't disclose a lot of information. Michael will be updating everyone, but just know that my intentions are pure, and my information in the beginning was originally and solely just from me, and now I am partnered with Cherish the Children and Anna's Angels, and what we do to help kids. It's never been about any other reason. I don't know why I have to keep saying this. For those of you who are kind of bashing me and hating on me and disrespecting me and sending me like horrible threats, just stop. That's not why I'm here. That's not why I'm doing this. Wait for the update from Michael. These fucking stupid ass bitches don't even give a fuck about him or his kids. They never will give a fuck about him or his kids. I have Anna's Angels here presently, Alex, Kylie, and Jose, and I want you guys to confirm. Was I deployed? Yes. You got a call too. Was I deployed with armed weapons?
Yes.
To what location?
To their house.
The house.
To Michael's house or Kelly's house?
Michael's house.
Did I make contact with Michael after that deployment?
You FaceTimed him twice.
We FaceTimed.
So I have accurate information. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
Crazy. Michael sent people with guns. Okay, one more thing here. There was this guy named Truthy Magoo. Y'all probably know of him. Let's see. Let me find it.
Hello, welcome to Rob's Rules. Well, it's really your rules. There's a different video tonight. It's not about Johnny Depp. It's about Truthy Magoo and how hurt I was to find out about the hoax. Now, if you were on my live stream or you saw my live stream this afternoon, Saturday afternoon, I should say, I was with General Zod, I was with Diamond Knight, I was with Gary Robinson, and I was with Miss Anthropy. We talked about how serious suicide is. If you missed it, I'm going to give you a brief history, and this is going to lead into what happened with me and Truthy. So basically, here I am. I'm even going to show you. It's not going to be a great video, so don't mind the camera work. This is where I go, right here. I sit here, and this is where I do my work. So sit down here, open up my laptop. So the laptop's open. I'm doing my work. I need to put it up. It's my daughter's anyway. And so I'm doing my work, and then I took a break for a minute. So let me take a break. Let me see what's going on out there. Too pissed off at 3 o'clock in the morning. So sitting here, and I look at my phone, and I see Mrs. Magoo said that her husband died. And I'm totally like, what could you be talking about? Like, what? What? What do you mean Truthy Magoo died?
Truthy was deep in
Well,
the
first I thought they were
the
married, and
Sophie
I come later on to
case.
find out they weren't. They were a boyfriend, girlfriend, and basically she was his fiance. They were getting married. Now, I didn't think about the tweet at first. I got very emotional, started crying, and I couldn't really focus too much. So I was very upset, and crying. I was thinking of my friend. I was thinking of how I was buddies with my friend for 20 years, my best friend. We did everything together. We hung out. He seemed like a very happy guy. He was always making jokes. We played cards. We went bowling. We played sports. We went to the city, which is what we call Manhattan in New York, as New Yorkers. And he killed himself, even despite the fact that he got married, and he seemed like a happy guy. I knew the guy 20 years of my life. 20 years. He was my best friend. And it hurt. It hurt so bad. And because I was going through marital problems at the time, I didn't call him. We didn't hang out. And I thought he was on his honeymoon phase with his wife. So I thought, well, he's spending time with his wife. I'm on problems with my wife. My wife's like, okay, we don't have to get divorced. Let's get together. We were separated at the time. And when I got the news from my best friend the next day after I called him, because nobody heard from him, and they said, kept calling my phone, Rob, did you hear from him? Rob, did you hear from him? Rob, did you hear from him? I took the next step and called him because I was worried and I cared about him. And I apologized for not speaking to him. And I said, you can call me if we should speak, to find out the next day that he had killed himself. And I remember going up the stairs to his apartment and seeing his lifeless body on the floor near his bed. I've done a lot of crying today, and it needless to say, that it was a very powerful moment to know that I would never see this guy again. And had he just reached out to me, called me, spoke to me, or had I done it earlier, maybe I could have saved him. Even though people tell me not to blame myself, I still do to this moment. Maybe if I didn't make that phone call, he wouldn't have killed himself. Maybe he was waiting for my phone call because everybody else had called him. 20 people have called him and I didn't. So maybe I shouldn't have called him. But I know I called him because I was emotional. I was worried about him. He's like a brother to me. I was scared. I wanted to know if he was okay. I wanted to hear from him. All I wanted to know that he was okay. So when I read this Twitter, I was shocked. I was upset. I cried. So I wrote to my boss and I wrote the following. And this is what I wrote to my boss. I just found out I lost a friend. Notice the words. I lost a friend. Now, Truthy wasn't my friend, but I didn't know how to express it to my boss. I'm going to say, well, I know this guy on social media. So I just said, I found out I lost a friend. As his wife, because I thought it was his wife. I thought Mrs. Magoo. I thought it was his wife. Sent the shocking news across social media. I'm very sorry. I'm very upset. Sorry. I'm very upset. I am working today. Barely at that point. Just sad and frustrated. I have no details, and it is just baffling. The guy was fine and happy. Very sad right now. A little off with my mind. So upset. I'm sorry. So I apologize because I knew that I wasn't going to do anything else. I knew it. So I just wanted to say I was working, was what I should have said, but I didn't say that. I should have said I was working, but I'm not going to anymore. And I didn't. And because I was so upset that why didn't he reach out? Why didn't he reach out to somebody? And again, I thought of my friend and how I could have saved him. Now I'm thinking that, man, I could have reached out to Truthy, but how could I know? How could I know? And Truthy's not somebody who I hung out with, right? So, but how could I know? If he reached out to me, maybe we could have talked or I could have given him options. So then I wrote this post on Twitter and I wrote the following. Today is a very sad and shocking day. No words can express the pain I feel. Truthy Magoo has passed on. I am not sure why or how. I have no words. I feel frustrated that his life was taken too soon, too early from this life, and sad and tragic loss to the community. My apologies to the family. And I put up his page and he had 3.94 thousand subscribers. Well, Truthy wound up, after everybody fought, he wasn't dead, he was dead. There was an obituary and it got taken off. And so people were putting things together and people went to his home and his ex-girlfriend spoke out. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I was so baffled. It didn't make any sense anymore. I didn't know what was happening here. The community was in disarray and divided and fighting and in-house fighting and offline fighting and online fighting. And it was just insane. Then I found out tonight that this guy called the Glairer, this guy named Will, who I'd never met before in my life, the Magoos speak. Truthy and Mrs. Magoo address the community. Well, hell's yeah, I'm going to check this guy out and I want to hear what this is about. To find out that this was a hoax. That they used it because they panicked. Because an ex-girlfriend was trying to break in. You call the cops. And Truthy, he's a big guy. He's not a small little guy. You're telling me that she's going to break into your home and you're going to allow this to happen and you're going to allow her to harm your girl? No way would you allow that to happen. Breaking and entering and trying to harm Mrs. Magoo? No way would Truthy stand for that. I don't know what the truth is. We got a bunch of, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I knew it was a dumb thing to do. Oh, I know we hurt the community. No, you don't. You have no idea how badly you hurt people. I cried for days. My work was atrocious. That week, my work was half-assed, sloppy. It was not good. Because all I could think about was Truthy was gone. There was nothing I could do. And my friend was gone for over 20 years now. And I missed him so much. To this day, I still blame myself for my friend's death. And I feel like such a fool for believing in somebody who I actually cared about. And all he said on the Glair's channel was, I didn't know that so many people cared. How many members did you have? He made $1,900 in 4 months, and you don't know people care about you. People you've never met in your life before. You don't know that a whole community actually cared about you. Well, we did. And it hurt. And 1,400 people were in the chat and were saying the same thing of how much you hurt them. And I'm one of those people. And I am a fool for believing. Maybe I'm a fool for caring about so many people. Maybe I am a fool. But you know what? I can't help it that I care about people. I can't help it that I actually have a heart. That I wish the best for people. That I don't want to see people hurt. That I want to be at least acquaintances with people. And my best friend is gone and I can do nothing to bring him back. I'm beyond irate that this was a hoax. It wasn't funny. I don't find it funny. And while you go off to the sunset with your girlfriend, well, God bless you. But this community and the people here are hurt. And what you did was rotten. It wasn't funny. You made people fight. I fought. And now I have to think about all this on top of the fact that my best friend is gone. And it's because you planted this all in my head. And my work suffered. And my sleep has suffered. And tonight, it's going to be 5 a.m. before I go to bed because I'm so irate over what has transpired here today. Thank you, Truthy. Thank you for lying to this community. And thank you for hurting so many. I know you don't care. So God bless you, whatever you do in your life. But thank you for hurting the people who did care, which is...
Yeah, Truthy Magoo was big time standing for Sophie. The reason he faked his own death is because it came out that he's a sex offender. He got busted and faked his own death.
All right. All right. Look, we're going to end it here. I've already said.
Why? Can I ask a few more questions or no?
I think Annie's earned it.
Okay, fine.
So did you guys hear about what happened with Gelf the day after all of this and how he was suicidal?
No.
Because of what happened with you? No? Okay, well, so you know that not only were people grieving over you and sad over you, but people were suicidal because of this. And that was on your shoulders and you have to carry that. It's the whole thing. It's like, I think back to those texts with you, Kate, and
Is he okay?
Is Gelf okay?
Probably not. I mean, physically, yes, he's still here, thank God, but no, of
mentally,
course
he's
not
a wreck.
okay.
Yeah. Fuck. No, I didn't know.
That's Truthy
And
they're
Kate,
talking to.
my thing with you is like, I was trying to go out of my way to, you and I have never met. We've never even FaceTimed. We've only text messaged. I was saying you could come stay with me. What can I do to help? And not only were you just dropping it there, but you continued to sell the lie, telling me that I don't know what I can do, how I'm going to go on without him, who's going to protect me. My parents or my family is suggesting I go into a facility because I can't hold myself together.
What?
Like, you were taking it so far.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it was almost like you were.
Wait, hang on. This is news to me.
I
saw
those
screenshots. I saw those screenshots. It was almost
You
like you
said
guys
you were
were
gonna
getting
go
off on it.
She's going to disappear.
It was fucked up.
You addressed that.
My plan was to say I was going into a facility and then disappear because I didn't want to deal with any of this anymore.
Why not just say, I'm going to go mourn my boyfriend or partner or whatever it is. I'm done. I'm out. Why does it have to be one step further and adding more dramatics onto it?
Just digging the hole deeper.
Lies on the lies on the lies. And going back to the assault, which if you were assaulted, Kate, I don't condone that. That's horrible. I want to know, when Cheyenne knocked on your door, that was after the fake suicide. So did she also come before all of this and attack you?
No,
she did.
In the parking lot, there have been multiple instances of harassment, but not about this. Like,
but was there an assault?
No, there was never an assault before this.
Okay.
So the assault happened on the video that she put up?
No, she was not. I don't know that she was recording when she came to our door 3 times between in 24 hours of New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. Like 3 times she came to the door. And the first time she was recording and she came back after I was stepping outside to call the cops and smoke a cigarette after she left. And I thought she was gone and I had the door open and she came back and she was, I hear him, like being fucking unhinged. Like,
yeah, but what I'm saying is that there wasn't an actual assault that then drove you to be where you needed to be protected to where he made this lie up, which is what he said at the beginning of this, that he was trying to protect you because you were assaulted. You guys were getting all of these threats, but that assault in fact happened after the fake statement.
Yes. And we kept it. He was trying to say that we kept it up because of the assault.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't come clean sooner because of the assault. And
I'm going to say, like I told you in the text, Kate, I get it that if the doxing, the threats, the airing your dirty laundry, you guys know I don't agree with any of that. And I get where that may drive somebody to try to disappear. I got it. I get it. But the fact that you guys took it this far, it's like, at least these other people like Kaylee and the other channels who do that horrible stuff, at least they own it. Right now, you guys aren't even owning it and taking accountability. You're just giving excuse after excuse.
We fucked up. Like we got trapped in a fucking web of lies and just thought it was easy.
You're saying but without saying but constantly.
Look, dude,
that's what she's trying to say.
If you don't think that me apologizing or Kate apologizing for what we did truthfully and how much we hurt people we cared about, if you don't think that's taking accountability, and
not
also
when it's I don't think it is when it's followed up by a but we had no other choice, but we didn't see another way out because you're passing blame on other people and you're deflecting and gaslighting from the actual fucking situation.
Where's the gaslighting? What are you
I want to ask a serious question, though. I want to ask a serious question. Would you two have come on here if Bridget hadn't made the allegations that she made?
No.
Would you come
No,
on
they already
here?
said no.
No,
they wouldn't have. No,
we would not have. No.
Right.
That's because
So how
I
the
think
fuck
you
do you expect us to believe that you're coming up
You're
here and actually sorry for something?
You're only
How
on
do you
here to
expect us
clear
to
your
believe that?
name. You're not
That's
on
it.
here to
Our
apologize.
name is clearable. Look,
There's
our name isn't. No, hang on. Our name. Look, we already accepted that we are YouTube trash at this point. We already accepted it. But once it came down to a monetary fraudulent claim from a sick human, that was enough for me. Yeah. So yeah. That was like,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you're
So
here
it's
to
not a
clear
true
your name,
apology.
not to apologize.
I see what she's saying. A true apology is if no one would have said anything, and then you would have came and said, "Look, guys, I fucked up, and this is really killing my soul as a human being."
We did that and continue to do that on our own. We have that with each other.
Fucking sincerely
convince
fucking
us
show
otherwise.
remorse
Yeah.
on here. And you fucking completely failed to do it. And the worst part about it is you're not even aware of it. You couldn't even, if I put you on a lie detector test right now and ask you if you were fucking sincere in your apology, but everybody fucking here sees through it. And it's not because we don't want to accept it. It's because your actions contradict your words.
But Will,
that's it.
We can't be more sorry than we really are. We are. We know that all the
sorry people would have came out without having to be put in a corner.
Sorry, people wouldn't have came up here and kept making excuses and kept saying things, making it about them. You don't even realize that you're doing it. But you're making this all about you. Oh man, Kate and her epilepsy and I know she does. Nobody's saying that she doesn't.
Okay.
But
She
a lot
doesn't
of
have
people.
epilepsy.
But you're talking like there's not 1,470 people in this chat that don't have fucking problems of their own that would never do that shit. That's the problem.
Yeah, we know. Wait,
you don't.
Let him know.
Clearly.
Okay.
Right. I'm just yelling because I'm fucking just pissed and emotional, right? Gaslight motherfucker. Look, man, this didn't go the way we wanted it to go. Didn't go the way you wanted it to go. So as far as
I think if you guys were really sorry, like I said in the beginning, you would show your face, you would show remorse. Kate, I think if you were sorry, you would have reached out to me personally by now, which you haven't. Hell, you haven't even apologized to me on here for all of that. So I don't believe anything you guys are trying to sell. I wish you the fucking best in your life. I'm out. I can't do this shit anymore. It's a fucking circus.
And that's that. That's why, like, people fake suicide and use suicide as a crutch when they get caught and shit. You know, he faked his death and got caught. Because people started digging into his record and found out that he assaulted a 16-year-old girl while he was sitting on here in the Sophie Long case and talking about Sophie's essay and shit. He got called out on that, and all of a sudden he faked his death. And he left YouTube and he ain't been back, thank God. But that's all the people like Micheal Long had on his side. Truthy was tight with Michael. Yeah. And look, Seth had that RSO diver. All these people. Yeah. I think Queen Bee's actually one of the first ones that called him out on it. Yep. He's a sex offender, Truthy wasn't. He got called out on it. In fact, he's on suicide. And got called out on that. All right, y'all, I'm going to end this, and I will do a part 2 because there's just so much, I just want to show y'all that. It's just, I swear y'all, Seth knows where Sebastian is, and this is parental alienation and shit, It's just, and I'm not the only one that's been saying that this is a Micheal Long situation. Other people see it too, And that's why I want to bring more of this out. Evil, Truthy Magoo is. Because I keep going around saying it about Micheal Long too, and everybody just like, no, well, yes. And that's why I want to do this, to show and play the interviews where Micheal went on his YouTube tours. And there's a lot more I want to play on this. Oh, wow, Evil. Well, look at that Brothers Undercover, those divers that was out looking for Sebastian, and he's an RSO. It's just crazy. And I feel like Seth is going to end up disappearing just like Micheal Long did and go wherever Sebastian's at. And I think Nina is in on it, in my opinion. Because Nina just comes up out of nowhere with this horrible story. She seems like a scorned ex-wife as well as Seth. I think they need to check the Native American reservations close to Nina. Then that Steph, the fake dog handler, I think she's related to Nina, and I think, yeah, Seth knows. Right, Doogie, and the timing is interesting. Right. Then they released that phone call the day that Nina had court, I feel in my heart Sebastian's alive and Seth knows where he's at. Because what better way to get at Chris and Katie is take their children away like that. It's the last thing. And Nina come down this sad story, and nobody would suspect her of having Sebastian. And you know how Native American reservations are. You just can't go on there, and you know what I'm saying? They got they're their own laws and shit. Seth knows. Did you really, Evil Alaska? You said he was taken to the res? I've been saying that, and people think I'm crazy. Yes, she did. See, Evil Alaska, that's not a coincidence that me and you think that. I think Sebastian is on the res. I really do. Yeah. And I think Seth has got all this money stashed. Because, see, Micheal Long here had $200,000 plus GoFundMe's and everything. And he kidnapped Sophie and took her to Mexico. This is a Micheal Long situation. And you can't change my mind on that. Right, Kimmy Kins. That's what I'm saying, because, yeah. Yep. That's why I think Seth and Nina are in on this together to hurt Chris and Katie and keep the kids from Chris and Katie. I believe Nina at first. Now I don't. That story she came out and said was a setup. It was planned. That was a motive. There's, a motive behind that. I do feel he's on the res or somewhere where Nina is out there, somewhere. I really do. I know, Doohickey. It's wild that this shit really does happen, But like I could see them telling the res people, like he's abused and all this, and them taking him in for Nina. Do you know what I'm saying? Evil Alaska. Just keep a lookout for my next live on this. Or if you even want to come up on panel with me, and talk, you don't have to show your face or nothing or anybody. I'd love to have a panel of people up here and let's talk about it all, because it is hard to talk, typing. Because I think we're onto something, y'all. I'm not trying, I don't know. People won't listen. And there's someone else that's was on Seth's side and stuff, and on the other side that is now I've been talking to. I'm not going to say who they are. And I was talking to him today, and I was telling them about, I think that, and they agree with me. And they were a huge Seth supporter and stuff. Your panel, child, awesome. I would love it. A bunch of us get up here and just, throw our things around, and because I think we're on to something, you all. We might could do something to help find Sebastian that, that people don't believe us, but Debbie, we could help you. Wasn't you the one that was trying to come up one night? Was that you? Right, Doohickey? Oh, they wouldn't protect him? I wonder if they'd like search Nina's parents or anything out there, Not necessarily on a res. He could be, because Nina came out that sad story. And do you think people's going to go and search her thinking she has him? Like this abused, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And I think Steph, that fake dog handler, is related to Nina. I think she was trying to fuck Jules over and throw Jules off to keep Jules from looking for Sebastian with the dogs. Token boomer. That's why I want to show this about Micheal Long. I hate it to go back to this, but it's very important because people don't believe this kind of stuff happens, and it does. Doohickey, no, Trevor Lee took his channel down, I think. I'm not sure. Let me check real quick. Oh, no, he's back up, I believe. No, he ain't got no, he took the videos down. Pussy. And Trevor Lee went to the court hearing with Nina. don't even see. But people have been going over it. Okay, I do got it here. I think it's the whole, yeah, so, someone got it. He didn't get rid of it that. Here, I will drop the link here for you, Doohickey, or anybody else. Someone else has got it on their channel. That's got the whole interview right here. It's pretty far, Doohickey, apart. Hmm. 17 hours. But look, Seth's mom lives in Texas. He could have went there first, and that's close to New Mexico. That channel I just there has the thing. I'm going to actually save this. Let's see here. And maybe tomorrow we'll go over that interview ourselves. Would y'all want to do that? Tomorrow, if we're all free, we can maybe panel up and go over it, up here on panel. And I just hate Doohickey. Your time is so far behind, and I know it's hard for you, and you're welcome, Doohickey. Yeah, I'm looking at that right now, Evil. Let's see. Interstate 40. Go straight through there, looks like. Yep. Interstate 40. And that's just right below Nashville. That's a straight shot. Hmm. Hey, Cherokee girl love. What is tomorrow's? Well, yeah, I could stay up a little later tomorrow night. Friday. I'll send you an email, Doohickey, for a time and stuff. So y'all want to panel up some tomorrow, and we'll watch Nina's interview and go over some stuff? Yeah, I got the same time as you, Kimmy. See, it's 2:06 p.m. there. It's 12:06 a.m. here. So I think that'd be interesting to hear us all talk about it. Kimmy Kenju coming up? No, I need some mods in chat. Because I haven't watched Nina's interview since the first time. Oh yeah, Granny Rogers is definitely sus. Because who in the fuck hides abuse of their grandson like that? Keeps it a secret. I would never. It's not like she told him, "Oh, I smoked a cigarette, but don't tell mom." No, she kept alleged abuse a secret because I think the alleged abuse or the abuse was from Seth. I like think tanks too. That's why I like to have y'all up here with me because it's easier than talking in chat, Evil Eye felt sorry for it at first, but now I think it was a front. So nobody would suspect her of being involved. I think her and Seth are working together, and Mama Rogers, in my opinion, and the fake dog handler. Stephanie, I think she's in on it. She came in to throw Julia off. But I will get that set up. And right, Debbie. Same here, Doohickey. I was against Chris and Katie in the beginning, and then I was like, something ain't right, And yeah, I agree. We got a Micheal Long situation here. Me too. And I'm sure, yeah, I agree. But yeah, Interstate 40 goes straight from Tennessee to New Mexico. Straight shot. And I believe that thud Katie heard could have been Seth going in Sebastian's bedroom window or something. Fake dog handler is from California, which also where Seth in San Diego, where all them lived, Seth and them that time. They need to look at Nina, I'm telling you. Too hickey, I get blocked a lot too. Don't worry, y'all. That is a straight shot. That's wild. But I will set that up tomorrow. Maybe around the same time we went live tonight. But it's like around earlier when everybody goes live, and they'd rather go over to the gossip channels. They don't want to look at the one that's trying to show point, hey. But I don't care. Good point, Evil. Good point. And look, the front door had that key lock or the padlock thing on it where you had to put in a code. Seth probably knew that code to the front door. Just saying. Seth is off. He's a narcissistic, abusing piece of shit. Seth would know how to get in Chris and Katie's house. And Katie and Seth and Chris and all have said that Katie is a hard sleeper. She don't hear shit when she sleeps. The dogs wouldn't bark. They probably know Seth or Mama Rogers or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Oh, wow, Evil. See? Because I think he's at something. I don't know. I think Nina knows. Seth knows. I think they're all in on together. I think that's why old Mama Rogers came out so hard, trashing Chris and Katie and saying that she supported Nina. And yeah, it does, don't it, Debbie? I mean, we're not, that's just our opinions and our thoughts, but right. Mm-hmm. Evil. Mm-hmm. Absolutely agree. All right. Well, I'm going to end this, you all, and get to bed because I got my alarm set for 3:30. I got to get up and give my baby girl her medicine, and I'll set that up. Now I'll email you, Doohickey, the time and stuff. That was a great discussion tonight. Thank you all. And if anybody has like the screenshots of the stuff that Mama Rogers was saying, all that, if anyone has those, email them to me, please. So we can compare what she was saying, or if any interviews where she was talking. Cherokee Girl, would you be willing to come up? Because I think you know a lot about that. Oh, anybody will be welcome up, so we can have a serious conversation about this. But thank you all so much. Love you all. And we will have a good conversation tomorrow. We'll deep dive into it. Thank you all so much for being here. Love y'all.